Getting in some more breaking news right now on the mining scam, and as the Enforcement Directorate investigates in Jharkhand. This one is in relation to the illegal mining cases in Jharkhand. Getting in an update right now that the Enforcement Directorate has summoned Abhishek Prasad. And Abhishek Prasad is the press advisor to the Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. And Jharkhand Chief Minister's press advisor has now been asked to join the investigation on the 16th of January. He's been summoned, and that's the latest update that's now coming in. Hemant Soren was earlier summoned, did not respond to the ED summons, and now it is his press advisor. Hemant Soren's aides now being called. His press advisor has been called in for questioning, and this is on the 16th of January. He's been asked to come in for questioning. That's the breaking news update coming in. Hemant Soren's press advisor Abhishek Prasad is under ED raid, was earlier raided, and this was in connection with the illegal mining case. He was raided earlier this week. Hemant Soren's press advisor Abhishek Prasad also under the scanner. And many aides, in fact, close associates of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren were raided in Ranchi as part of the ongoing investigation into alleged illegal mining in the state. Abhishek Prasad, one of them, who was raided by the Enforcement Directorate. He's Hemant Soren's press advisor. Searches were earlier carried out this week at 12 locations, including at Abhishek Prasad's residence and the residence of Sahibganj Deputy Commissioner. The raids came earlier this week as the Chief Minister had also decided to ignore the summons issued by the Enforcement Directorate and said he already provided the agency with all the details of the properties, and the summons he called were illegal. Now, on the back of that, we're getting in those details that Hemant Soren, press advisor, has now been called in for questioning. He's been asked to join the investigation on the 16th of January. I have Prakash joining us on the phone line. Prakash, what's going on? Prakash, what does this man know?
Niranjan, 3 people have been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, and at all these 3 people's premises, raids were conducted a couple of days back, and some incriminating documents were recovered from the premises of Sahibganj DC Ramnimas Yadav. He has been summoned to join the investigation on January 11, and ED has also summoned architect Vinod Singh, who is said to be close to Chief Minister Hemant Soren. He has been summoned on January 15, and press advisor Abhishek Prasad alias Pintu on January 16. And they have links with Hemant Soren, and that is why Hemant Soren is being summoned time and again, and he skipped the seventh summon, and in fact written a letter to the Enforcement Directorate as to why he's being summoned. So news tightening on all the close aides of Hemant Soren for investigations at the ED office in Ranchi. Back to you.
What is his status? Where does the case against him stand? And what happens if he continues to evade those summons, Prakash?
Well, he's been evading those summons, and the only point is now whether the ED goes to the ED court and seeks an all-malleable warrant against him, if at all the ED feels so. But Hemant Soren, through his counsel, has given a plea that cite me the reason as to why you are summoning me, what are the charges against me, because he is the Chief Minister of Jharkhand as well. But the ED has been investigating people, and raids have been conducted at certain places who are close aides of Hemant Soren, and thereafter incriminating documents would have been recovered. And on the basis of that and the corroborative evidences, Hemant Soren was being summoned, but he's been evading arrest, and the Jharkhand governor is also slated to come to Ranchi on 8th of this month. Thereafter, we'll see what kind of action is taken.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs, Prakash. Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren's aides raided earlier this week, now been called for questioning, being asked to join the investigation later this month on the 16th of January. Prakash telling us that the media advisor to Hemant Soren has also been called in for questioning. Let's move on now and get you some more details of the crackdown against terror in the valley. NIA has attached properties of Lashkar Front TRF. Here's a report that came in.
In Chanapura locality of Srinagar, we are seeing NIA's cloth has reached here to attach the property of Mushtaq Ahmed. This is a case of 2023 in June when there was an import with the Srinagar police about the weaponry present in the Srinagar district. Accordingly, the raids were carried by the joint forces and the agencies, and finally the recovery was made. That also includes the 15 pistols, 30 magazines, and also 300 rounds with one silencer that was recovered from the 4 accused in this case. Finally, the court has issued an order related to the property attachment that my VJ Mubashir is showing you. This is the property that is now being attached by the NIA. As far as the terror funding is concerned, we are seeing the teams of NIA that is being supported by Jammu and Kashmir Police, the Srinagar Police, and also the CRPF is here to assist this very attachment of the property. This is not the first case that NIA is attaching the property. We have seen a number of cases. Rather, in one of the cases just a few meters from here, Said Salahuddin's son's property was also attached by NIA a few months back. So we are seeing a complete crackdown on terror in Kashmir.
Getting in an update on that vicious attack on the Enforcement Directorate team in Bengal in connection with the same case, the Enforcement Directorate team, a day after it was attacked in West Bengal's North 24 Parganas. Sources telling Republic that a lookout notice has now been issued. A lookout notice has now been issued against Trinamool Congress convener Shah Jahan Sheikh. That lookout notice being issued, and the ED is also seeking help from the Central IB as it investigates the case.
Right now, where I'm standing, this is the residential complex of Trinamool Congress leader Sheikh Shah Jahan, who allegedly instigated the hooligans to create an attack upon ED officials and also on the CRPF Jawans. And all we can see, mansion-like places to live for Sheikh Shah Jahan. This is number 1 house, this is number 2, this is number 3, and total at least 5 number of residents, which all of our mansion likes are in this residential complex. And also we will try to get a reaction from Sheikh Shah Jahan or from his family members. Mr. Shah Jahan, Mr. Sheikh Shah Jahan, Sheikh Shah Jahan, Sheikh Shah Jahan. We can see this is locked from inside, and also we'll go to another mansion-like residential place of Sheikh Shah Jahan. This is the 4th house of Sheikh Shah Jahan in this residential complex. Sheikh Shah Jahan, Sheikh Shah Jahan, did you instigated hooligans to attack on ED officials and CRPF Jawans? Sheikh Shah Jahan, are you there? Sheikh Shah Jahan, Sheikh Shah Jahan. All we can see mansion-like places, also a huge area of gardens, ponds in this residential complex, in which Sheikh Shah Jahan, the alleged Trinamool Congress leader who instigated the attack on CRPF Jawans and ED officials, lived. But right now, Sheikh Shah Jahan and his family are now absconding from this place, and also, as per the sources, lookout notice have been issued to find out Sheikh Shah Jahan and his family members, and also BSF and Central IB officials are now being requested by the ED officials to help them on this regard. And as per the sources, Enforcement Directorate officials, they are keeping a close touch with higher officials, as well as they are seeking legal procedures to interrogate Sheikh Shah Jahan and check the validity of the allegations of allegedly being associated with PDS scam or any other scams of Sheikh Shah Jahan. With video analyst Mohit Sheth, this is Bhaskar for Republic TV.
So you saw that entire report that has been filed by our colleague Bhaskar, and he's reporting, remember, from that very spot. The very spot yesterday where we had seen those unprecedented scenes. The Enforcement Directorate team came under attack there by goons that are allegedly linked to the TMC. Now, do remember, in the entire case, we've heard some very, very sharp reactions that have come in not just from the BJP, that is the principal opposition now in the state of West Bengal, but even from the governor. The governor said that something like this is not acceptable, and he also had a forewarning, and he said, just in case you have the administration not responding in time, he said, we will be forced to act. And almost a similar sentiment has also been echoed by the Congress. You've heard the reaction coming in from Aditya Chaudhary a little earlier. And Aditya Chaudhary not just says that this is the Jungle Raj, the lack of law and order in the state of West Bengal, but he also does say that this is an incident that warrants president's rule in the state.
इतना हिम्मत कैसे जुटा पाते? ये स्पष्ट है कि सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी की मदद पीछे से है। ये सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी पीछे से इनको शक्ति देते हैं, ताकत देती है। इसलिए ये बंगाल में काका बाबू, खोका बाबू, शाहजहां, नूरजहां की कभी कहीं कमी नहीं है। अगर बीजेपी पार्टी की हिम्मत है तो कुछ करके दिखाओ। मणिपुर में तुम कर नहीं पाए, बंगाल में कैसे करोगे? हम तो चाहते हैं कि प्रेसिडेंशियल रूल कम से कम डिस्टर्ब एरिया ये तो ऐलान करो, लेकिन हिम्मत नहीं है। बीजेपी पार्टी बड़ी बड़ी बात तो कहेंगे, लेकिन दम नहीं है उनके। हो सकता दीदी और मोदी जी के अंदर कोई गहरा रिश्ता है जिसके चलते ये नहीं हो पाएंगे। हम तो मणिपुर में चाहते थे राहुल गांधी जी के अगुवाई में कि राष्ट्रीय शासन लागू हो। हम बंगाल में चाहते हैं कम से कम जिस इलाका में इस तरह की घटना घटी है वहाँ डिस्टर्ब एरिया एक्ट के तहत इसके खिलाफ और इस जगह के खिलाफ कड़ी से कड़ी कदम उठाना चाहिए। एक दो बार चुनाव में जीतना बड़ी बात नहीं है। मुफ्त में कोई जीत जाते हैं, लेकिन जब समय आते हैं कड़ी कदम उठाने की, हिम्मत दिखाने की, तब ये पीछे हट जाते हैं।
So that is Aditya Chaudhary, as always, at war with Mamata Banerjee in particular. But again, the Congress reiterating, Ishan, much of what a lot of people today are saying, that has West Bengal today become a complete synonymous with the lack of, rule, the law and order there. We've seen political murders, violence during the panchayat elections, and now this. Will there be any costs involved? Have any heads rolled? Has any arrest been made so far, Ishan?
Well, the statement which we heard from Aditya Chaudhary, that totally signifies that Aditya Chaudhary is stating, he is thinking, he believes that there is no control of the government of West Bengal over the law and order situation in many parts of West Bengal. This is coming clear from the statement made by Aditya Chaudhary, who is the state Congress president in West Bengal. At the same time, there is another significance in this. You know that Aditya Chaudhary belongs to a party which is in alliance with TMC, West Bengal's current dispensation, in the INDI alliance. So these two political parties, one is Congress, another is TMC, they are hand in hand to oppose Narendra Modi or oppose NDA or BJP in the forthcoming Lok Sabha elections, and they think that they will be hand in hand in the interest of the nation because BJP is working against the interest of the nation. But here, when it comes to the matter of West Bengal, then the state Congress chief Aditya Chaudhary, who is also the floor leader of Congress in Lok Sabha, he is saying that he's clearly stating that West Bengal needs the presidential rule, at least in those areas which are facing such kinds of disturbances, which we are showing from yesterday. That what incident happened there in Sandesh Khali area when ED team went to raid the place of Shah Jahan Sheikh, the local terror who allegedly, and at the same time when the ED team was arrested last night, the ex-chairperson of Bongaon Municipality, Shankar Adhya, who is also was being raided by ED in the rationing scam connection. At that place also ED faced this kind of disturbances, and ED vehicles were attacked and ransacked. So in this perspective, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, being an ally of TMC, is saying that these areas are disturbed, and if BJP, he is throwing a challenge towards BJP or the center, that if they have enough guts, then please apply the presidential rule, at least in those areas which are disturbed like this. Back to the studio.
All right, Ashan, and we must underscore the fact that Mamata Banerjee, who also doubles up as a State Home Minister till now, is silent. And sometimes being silent is also a response in itself. Ishan, thank you so much for getting us the latest. We'll keep tracking that story and much more as we quickly head into a break. But on the other side, we bring to you a fascinating story that not just the country is watching very, very closely, but the world also has its eyes on what India possibly could be on the verge of achieving. All eyes on India's mission to the sun. This is Aditya L1 that's going to be put into a unique orbit in the next few minutes. What does that mean? What would that look like? We'll have our extensive coverage on the other side of this break.
Tata.tv.
Amity faculty have filed over 2,100 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for innovation achievements.
पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के माध्यम से किसानों की छोटी-छोटी जरूरतों को पूरा कर रहे हैं। इन खर्चों के लिए अब उन्हें किसी दूसरे के सामने हाथ नहीं फैलाना पड़ता।
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री के विजन से प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि योजना लाई है उत्तर प्रदेश के करोड़ों अन्नदाताओं के चेहरे पर मुस्कान। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के नेतृत्व में 2,63,00,000 किसानों को मिला है स्वाभिमान से जीने का अधिकार। किसानों के बैंक खातों में भेजे गए हैं 64,694 करोड़ रुपए। इस योजना के तहत सभी किसानों को प्रतिवर्ष उपलब्ध कराई जाती है 6,000 रुपए की आर्थिक सहायता। अब किसान भाइयों को कृषि कार्यों के लिए किस्मत के भरोसे नहीं रहना होगा। अन्नदाताओं का सम्मान, नए उत्तर प्रदेश की पहचान।
Stop at nothing. That's a key word for Techno, and I'm being associated with Techno last 3 months, and I'm really happy because the way it has picked up in last few months and where it is today, everything is made here in India, and I'm associated with a brand which is absolutely Hamara Bharat. So I'm happy with it. Whoever my fans are, please go and buy Techno mobiles. It's a phone which gives you way more features in a price I don't think any other brand would, any other mobile brand would give you that in that price. So please go ahead and buy Techno mobiles.
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, हर घर पहुंचेगा नल से जल। अब तक 13.5 करोड़ से अधिक नल कनेक्शन। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
गाड़ी लेने से पहले टाटा एस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX का दिल, यानी इसका इंजन देखो। ये इतना बढ़िया है कि 18 किलोमीटर प्रति लीटर तक का माइलेज तो हंसते हंसते दे जाएगा। अब तेल के दाम तो बराबर ही है, पर इस गाड़ी की कीमत है कम, इसलिए अब हर ट्रिप में खर्चा है कम और मुनाफा ज्यादा। तो अब सोचो समझो और टाटा एस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX लो।
Something very, very peculiar, something very fascinating. We've seen what happened when India decided to land on the moon. We actually did that. And all eyes now are on India's next mission. This is the mission to the sun. This is Aditya L1 that's going to be put in a unique orbit in just the next few minutes, close to about 4 this evening to be precise. Now, what does this mean, and what is it exactly that India is going to be able to achieve once we do that? How is this story so important to you, to me, to the entire world watching? We'll have a panel of guests joining us, and also on your screen, continuous images, graphics to help you understand the larger perspective behind this entire mission. Remember, this mission has been in the works for some time around. It's a very, very ambitious project. It wants to do what not many countries in the world have been able to do so far. We will be joined with S.K. Dhaka Sahab, who's a senior space scientist with us in our studios in just a moment. But I also do have R.C. Kapoorji, who's a senior scientist with us. And R.C. Kapoorji, good evening. And thank you so much for speaking to us on Republic, sir. What is it that will happen in the next few minutes? Why don't you explain to our viewers, what is this mission all about? What does this intend to achieve?
See, as the word Aditya means the sun, so observatory in the space for the study of the sun, that's what India's first space-based observatory for the study of the sun. So there are various aspects that are going to be studied with this, but in the next few moments, something very interesting is going to happen. ISRO has to give a command for its insertion into a specific orbit, which is called halo orbit. See, L1 is Lagrange 1, and it's a point where the gravitational force of the sun and the Earth's force are more or less equal. So that point, exactly at that point, the Aditya L1 is not going to be placed, because then we'll be looking directly into the sun, and sun as a very strong source of radio waves is going to interfere with our communication with the satellite. So generally there is a solar explosion zone, and that is about 5 degrees. So for us, it's a halo orbit in which Aditya L1 is going to be inserted. So in the next few moments, when ISRO gives a command, so Aditya L1 is going to change its course and then enter the so-called halo orbit. And see, the period of this halo orbit is 178 days, which means in 1 year, it is going to make 2 rounds of that L1 point. But all through, it's going to look at the sun 24 hours and 365 days of the year. So all the time we are observing the sun, and the L1 attitude will be such that it will be facing all the time the sun. So there is a corona graph on it. And apart from that, there are other instruments to take its pictures in ultraviolet, and also for detection of X-ray emission and high energy particle emission from the sun. See, there are a lot of processes on the sun that go on, and some of them we have partially understood. So any additional data will always be helpful in adding to our understanding of those complex processes that go on, because the sun is such a hot object. At the center, 1.5 crore degrees centigrade, at the surface 5,700 degrees centigrade. But as you move away from the surface, and then you are into a region called solar corona, where the temperature suddenly shoot to 2 million degrees. So why this happens, what kind of processes that are depositing energy in that thin atmosphere around the sun, that we have to understand. A lot of research has gone on this, but any additional fine-scale information will be very useful in pinpointing our theories, and of course quite a lot we might see which we have not yet known about. So this is a great mission. The L1 is first India's solar observatory on such a scale, and L1 is the point where ISRO is reaching for the first time. So it is a series of firsts for all of us, in all the Indian institutions that are into it, and even the industry.
Okay, and R.C. Kapoorji is actually making this sound so simple, but ladies and gentlemen, the scientists are very, very underrated. You know, they do tremendous amount of work, and it's good to also have S.K. Dhakaji, who's a senior space scientist with us here in our studios. But with your permission, sir, we'll quickly head into a break. But on the other side, we'll take a lot of viewers' questions. There's a lot of interest in what India is able to achieve what this mission is all about. After the Chandrayaan, people are asking, will this be the mission that's going to be touching the sun? So will that happen or not? What will the entire mission entail? What happens in the next few minutes? Don't go anywhere. This is a non-stop rolling coverage that continues. All eyes now on the Aditya L1.
TV.
कुछ महीने पहले मेरे दोस्त की हेल्थ अचानक खराब हुई और कुछ दिनों में ही उसकी डेथ हो गई। उसने पॉलिसी बाजार से टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस लिया हुआ था। मैंने पॉलिसी बाजार को कांटेक्ट किया। उनकी टीम ने क्लेम दिलाने में उसकी पेरेंट्स की पूरी हेल्प की।
क्लेम के टाइम पे आपकी हेल्प के लिए हमेशा तैयार। पॉलिसी बाजार 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 470 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, महिलाओं के लिए धुआं मुक्त रसोई। प्रधानमंत्री उज्ज्वला योजना के तहत 10 करोड़ गैस कनेक्शन। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स जमीन से जुड़े।
केंट से पानी होता है 100% प्योर।
केंट आरओ प्योरिटी दिखाता भी है।
केंट देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
and solar wind. These are three important things.
Very good evening. You're watching Republic, and this is our non-stop rolling coverage of a very, very significant moment when it comes to India, its scientists, the kind of hard work, remember, that they really put forward to ensure that we not just reach the moon like we've done through Chandrayaan, but now we are aiming for the sun. Remember the Aditya L1, I think that was launched somewhere in September today, is going to be able to achieve something very, very significant. Even as we talk, I think in the next few minutes, it's going to be able to put the Aditya L1 in a unique orbit. Now, what is this unique orbit all about? How does this matter to you, to me, to India, to the world that is watching? On your screen are more graphic details to help you understand what really are the motivations behind this entire mission. What could it do? And once you will have the Aditya L1 that is going to be put in that unique orbit through specific maneuvers, what would that entail? We have S.K. Dhakaji, who's a senior space scientist with us here in our studios in Delhi. Also, R.C. Kapoor is also a senior scientist joining us. And this time, with the permission of R.C. Kapoorji, I want to get S.K. Dhaka into the conversation. Sir, like we were talking during this break, in Chandrayaan, people said, "Hum Chand tak pahunch gaye." Ab Aditya L1, does this mean that we'll be able to touch the sun? I mean, what is it that the Aditya L1 mission will be wanting to achieve in the next few minutes?
Yeah, I think it's very important. I'm really happy because we are correlating with the Chandrayaan 3. And we are all excited from, I think the last 1 year has been really great for ISRO scientists and for common man, any Indian. We feel proud. And now this is story. The Aditya L1 is a solar observatory. And this solar observatory is aimed at to observe the sun uninterruptedly 24 hours, 365 days. So that is one very, very important achievement of Indian Space Research Organization scientists and engineers. And, it started on 2nd September. And now it is 6th Jan. And it's nearly 126 days it took, because the distance, if you just compare with the Chandrayaan 3, it is about 4 times. So therefore, the time it took longer. Of course, the technology in the Mars orbiter mission is almost the same. But today's it is very, very important because we are going to touch this hello orbit. And there are 2 important points. One is to take this Aditya L1 up to that level. And the second is to make this orbit, to insert in that particular orbit, we call usually hello orbit. And then it will stay there. I think the total period is about 5 years. And in those 5 years, it will observe solar coronagraph, especially the corona, uninterruptedly. The challenge is that because when you are on the Earth, you are having obstruction, you are having solar eclipse, you are having other events. But in this case, there are instruments. There are, in fact, total 7 payloads, and the 4 are watching directly to the sun. And the 3, they are basically in situ. They are taking observations exactly there. So the most important point is that we want to observe coronagraph, means corona of the sun, which is outer atmosphere and not on the surface. So that is the most challenging part. And this, I think, will be done with the help of this solar observatory. So as you mentioned, because there are only very few satellites which are basically focused on that L1 area. The most important is like SOHO, which has given a lot of sun images, and we could learn a lot from that. But from Indian point of view, this is the first solar observatory which is going to really give a lot of information about the sun. So that's all I want to tell at this moment.
Okay, I think it's very fascinating, and let's unravel these layers. R.C. Kapoorji, one by one. When you're talking of the moon, you're talking of the sun, completely different celestial bodies that behave differently. The distances are varied, like Sir also just mentioned. Now, when you go to the moon, the temperatures there dip. But when you talk of the sun is like that fireball.
Yes.
So to be able to deal with these celestial bodies like this, R.C. Kapoorji, what is it that goes behind ensuring that a mission like this becomes successful? What are the challenges involved, sir? R.C. Kapoorji.
Reaching any point in space by itself is quite a challenging thing. And ISRO has become quite efficient in doing so many things. We have in the past couple of decades heard how they have mastered the technique, polar solar, PSLV and then GSLV. And now many astronomy missions have been there. AstroSat is first example of a complete observatory of the Indian scientists up there in the sky. Now exclusively for the sun, specific to the sun and any emissions that are coming from it, including the space weather, Aditya L1 is going to aim at. So temperatures are in space, one talks in a very different sense. See, on the moon, we say that the temperature falls down to minus 170 degrees when it is dark, and 130 degrees centigrade when the sun is up. So quite a big range there, but we are at the surface. Here we are in space, and light of the sun is falling on the instruments, and we have to maintain a certain temperature for all the equipment because so that they are able to function fairly well. So here, as Dr. Dhaka has mentioned, there are 7 payloads. They are going to study different aspects of the sun, and it's all in its entirety almost. For example, radiations and the particle emissions. Particle emissions affect our space weather also because now it's a technological life we live. So it is sort of depending a lot on what is happening in nearby space and any event on the sun. And when high energy particles are directed towards the earth, so they affect and they reach the ionosphere and they introduce the change. And then there is problem with, say, for example, GPS signals, and apart from that, this radio communication and the electric power grids. So all of that gets affected. And for example, in the corona, when there is a coronal mass ejection, as we in brief CME, that is sort of a magnetized plasma cloud which is thrust out by the sun and in any direction, and whenever it is directed towards the earth, it reaches the earth and then dumps a lot of that plasma material into our outer atmosphere, and that raises the density. So the GPS models about the atmosphere do not have that factored in. So that's how the our GPS accuracy comes down. Apart from that, because there is this change in the ionosphere, increased densities and all, so communication also is affected. And in space, whatever satellites are there, say low Earth orbit, so these high energy particles impinge on them. These are electrons, protons, and helium nuclei mostly. So they can create DC currents in the satellite. So that can affect the many instruments that are kept on the satellite. So whenever there is a coronal mass ejection, our Aditya L1 is going to send us an alert. So we have about half an hour to 1 hour advance warning, and then it is possible to reorient our satellites or switch off some of them, or even electric power grids also can be switched off so that we can observe a safeguard. This is one major thing we are going to be helped by Aditya L1. See, say about 100 years ago, our life was not so technological. There was only telegraph or telephone and etc. But now a lot depends on whatever is happening through the satellites. So imagine if you do not have your mobile phone working for 24 hours. Just imagine. Maybe you can write a very good story. So that I think will tell you how intricately our life is depending on activities in outer space. So India is fairly well equipped now, and I'm sure in the coming years we'll be much more richer so far as the near space is concerned. And apart from that, there will be many astronomy missions. Venus mission is already in the offing, and that apart, the Mars Orbiter Mission 2, Chandrayaan 4, Chandrayaan 5, ad infinitum.
Okay, so more power to you, I think. That goes without saying, sir. With the kind of, I think, dreams, the aspirations, the challenges we are looking at, S.K. Dhakaji, why don't you explain to our viewers what could happen in the next few minutes when they tell us that it's going to be put in a unique orbit? There is also a conversation about an equilibrium point, where the gravitational force between both the Earth and the Sun kind of balances out. So in simple layman's language, how would you explain what could happen in the next few minutes?
Okay, thank you, because I think it's very important point from Sun. If you just say this scientifically, Earth has a gravity and it pulls the objects towards itself, and the same is for Sun. So, but when you are going away from the Earth, the gravity is keep on decreasing, and then you reach at a particular point where the gravity between the sun and the earth balances with each other, and you are having almost like zero kind of situation. But it's not true always that's zero, because you are having like moon, you are having Mars, you are having other like Venus. So there are some, but within that limit, permissible limit, we can say that this is an area, this is a region, three-dimensional area where you are having the zero gravity, and where you can put it forever, and then it can really enjoy that particular position. And this position is very unique, and then it can see this sun 365 days. So that is one very important point. The second is like how to really maneuver this. Means it is again challenging from ISRO scientists and engineers. They are basically using that ice track. There is a telemetry tracking system, and from there they will fire that engine, and it will give a particular shape and orientation. And this is challenging then how you can balance all this there, because this is a technological part, but the part which we were discussing earlier, they were scientific, like how you can bring out the science from all those, but the technology is also very important at the same time. So we have proved our like technology is great. We can reach up to that point, we can insert at a particular orbit, and it can stay there, and now the science can start from there. So I think for the general public, I would like to tell you now we are in the solar maxima period.
Okay.
So there is a 11-year solar cycle, and it takes total 11 years to complete one cycle, sun. And it passes through solar maxima, minima, maxima. So peak to peak is 11 years. So now we are very close to, this is I think a 25 solar cycle. And this year, 2024, and the next year, 2025. So this would remain a solar maxima period. So where the chances of getting solar flares is more. And you can have the more chances to observe and to experiment with those high solar flares, which is expected in this particular period. So they changes our like communication system. They can influence our system, communication, internet, our grid system. So from scientific point of view, this period is very, very important. I think it's really a very good information for our viewers.
Absolutely. And would we, sir, also be, waiting for something to come in from ISRO? Like, because I think this maneuver is expected in the next few minutes.
Yes.
And any time we could, hear that it has been put in that orbit. But tell me something, this is definitely not easy, considering the kind of challenges, the temperatures, the variations. And perhaps when it comes to India, like we saw in Chandrayaan 3, the world does have such missions. But which is that mission that, sir, has gone closest to the sun till now?
Yeah, in fact, when you talk about Chandrayaan 3, of course, it has given us a lot of confidence. Because we proved our technological advancement. The same is here. Like only the 3 or 4 satellites, they are working in that particular L1 area. Not many. However, there are some chances that you have to make them stable in that particular region so that it works. The function should continue without any disruption. So this is one challenge. But to put it this and to observe this continuously, whether the position is stable or not, whether it is going out of scene or not, so going in the halo orbit. So watching this observationally, this is basically tracked from the ground, from our ISRO scientists. So they will observe this, whether the location and the position and orientation of this instrument, satellite, is proper or not. That can be managed from the ground. This is again technological challenge, and probably we will achieve that soon.
Okay, and once that happens, R.C. Kapoorji, what is it that Aditya L1 will be doing next? I think we'll also have a lot of reactions that are coming in. The world is watching at what India possibly is able to achieve, because let's not forget the entire conversation, Thakaji, also about the costs will come here into focus. The kind of equipments, technology, the scientists, their own feat that India is able to achieve at very, very little cost vis-a-vis, a lot of these international projects, R.C. Kapoorji. But before we go to that layer, why don't you tell us what would happen once you will have the Aditya L1 put in that specific orbit? What happens next?
This is just the beginning because today's command places it on its new course. So Aditya L1 is going to enter a halo orbit, and then ISRO is going to keep a close watch because right from the time of launch, right until now, its trajectory has been very well calculated. In the meantime, in the mean period, there was one moment when they had done some course correction. So it has been following its course fairly well as just visualized and planned. And now, as it enters halo orbit, it's going to be under watch constantly. And then ISRO will come to know after, say, a certain period of time, which may be a few days, when again they will want to know where exactly it is in its halo orbit, so that if there is any minor departure has happened from the desired course, that can be set right. And this will always remain under close watch because L1 point is such that it's mind-boggling because there is no central mass. There is nothing which is having a gravitational attraction. But around that, in a halo orbit, this object is going around. Now, the thing is that there's this term called station keeping, which means once a month or so, various space agencies maintain the station in its proper course, and then they make a check that it is, whether it is following the halo orbit as planned. So the same thing is going to happen in the case of Aditya L1 also. But the next few days will tell us how it has been, how it has sort of taken to its planned halo orbit. Now, after that, the next stage is for the various payloads to start becoming active. So coronagraph is there, that apart. The suit is there for imaging the sun in ultraviolet, and there are other instruments for analyzing the high energy particle radiation that is passing this place. So all of that become active. While it was on its way to L1, already some instruments had started working. So Helios took us to gave us that it has already detected some X-ray flares on the sun, and they are sufficiently energetic. And as Dr. Dhaka mentioned, the sun is very close to its peak period of activity. So that obviously is giving a wonderful chance to Aditya L1, because as we are approaching the maximum of the solar activity, which is expected to be this July, so there will be quite a lot for Aditya L1 to take observations of. And after that, how the activities start subsiding, because Aditya L1 mission is 5 years. So by the time of its mission is reaching its sort of completion, the sun will have become somewhat quite quiet. Quiet sun is when we are not seeing any sunspots on the surface of the sun. Active sun, which is right now quite active, you are anytime you are seeing sunspots on the surface of the sun. Associated with them are the solar flares, and of course, quite often the coronal mass ejections. So all of that is going to give a chance to Aditya L1. Various instruments will be making the observations. So I very much hope that very quickly Indian scientists fine-tune their instruments and do the calibration so that their observations will feel themselves confident about what they are believing in.
Okay, and R.C. Kapoorji, I'll just make a little request. While you speak to us, in your background, we can hear perhaps a television that is also working. So, we aren't able to hear you very clearly. So it's a request because there are a lot of interesting details that you're sharing with us. If you can just lower the volume, we'll be able to hear you far better, sir. And Dhakaji and R.C. Kapoorji, there is already this good news coming in. In fact, the Prime Minister has taken to the social media, and the Prime Minister has just tweeted, and I quote him now, that India creates yet another landmark, India's first solar observatory, Aditya L1, he says, reaches its destination. He also says this is a testament to the relentless dedication of our scientists in realizing amongst the most complex and intricate space missions. And the Prime Minister also says that he joins the nation in applauding this extraordinary feat. We will continue to pursue new frontiers of science for the benefit of humanity. So many congratulations,
you too.
sir, to all of you, all of us, the
Yeah.
scientists, the entire team that has ensured that something like this has been able to achieve. And I think on your screens, we are looking at a graphic representation. But Dhakaji, if you could just talk over these images, that are playing out right now and explain to us that what exactly are we looking at? And when the Prime Minister says that this is an extraordinary feat, what exactly is he also referring to?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a pride moment for all Indians. And we must congratulate the entire ISRO scientists and engineers who worked very hard. And it is not new. In fact, the idea of this Aditya L1 was for a long time in the mind of the scientists and how to do it. They tried in Kodaikanal, there is an observatory, but they could not be successful to observe this coronagraph for a long time. But now this is another landmark for Indian scientists and engineers, and because now we reached up to at a point where exactly we wanted to be there, and then to take observations uninterruptedly and to have the larger, I think, information from the photosphere, chromosphere, magnetosphere, all X-rays range, soft X-rays to hard range, and particles behavior changing in the magnetic field and having the impact on our different, like upper atmosphere, lower atmosphere, ionosphere. So it's a big range than where you can have the informations and the idea and some scientific clues and some we are having a good data set, and using this data set we can understand much deeper about the ionosphere, about magnetosphere changes, about solar wind impact on our Earth system. And naturally, we are all connected with the communication. Our communication, our internet, our grid system, we are all affected by this. So probably we can have a better understanding in future using this data.
Okay, and there is another very important reaction that has also come in from Dr. Jitendra Singh now. And it's quite interesting because this is exactly the sentiment of the country. He says from moonwalk to the sun dance. So, somewhere it just sums up the sentiment, R.C. Kapoorji, of also what India has been able to achieve. How is it that, the world and the countrymen in general today also look at, these significant, fantastic and amazing feats. He says from moonwalk to sun dance for a glorious turn of year for Bharat under the visionary leadership of the Prime Minister. Yet another success story scripted by Team ISRO. Aditya L1 reaches its final orbit to discover the mysteries of the Sun-Earth connection. And R.C. Kapoorji, I do know, sir, that, you like to be very underrated, but you must also tell us, because growing up, it's been, such fascinating stories. We've heard about the sun, we've heard about the moon, and चंदा मामा तो बोलते ही है, लेकिन साथ ही साथ जब सन की बात आती हुई है ना, आरसी कपूर जी, a lot of people say that sun is so powerful, it is the brightest star in our solar system. Yes, yeah. And what is it that it takes for scientists, for people like you to ensure that we put together a mission like this and that mission is successful, sir?
Yeah, certainly, yes, you have said it right. Because human curiosity has no limit. Because what is beyond the horizon has been always the question in a person's mind since times immemorial. So all that science and technological development we see around is because of that curiosity, unquenched thirst. So here it's a great achievement by Indian science. And we can congratulate ISRO and all the scientific institutions, their scientists, their engineers, and everybody who has been involved with this venture. It's a remarkable achievement because everything is first in this case for India. ISRO reaching L1 and Indian institutions, equipments going to study the sun in such extensive, extraordinary detail is remarkable. And I think also missions like this whether Chandrayaan or Mangal missions or Venus mission or the solar mission. They all are great inspiration for the young generation. So they are now getting more interested in science. Many of them are wanting to become scientists in ISRO, and that's a remarkable thing because a scientific ventures, when they inspire young people, there's nothing like that. So I look forward to further activity from Aditya L1. I hope Indian scientists are going to get what they have so far now aspired.
But, you know, there are a lot of interesting questions also coming in. I'm told Dr. Jitendra Singh is joining us on the phone line. And Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, thank you. Good evening. And, you know, you're speaking to us on Republic. And we just read your tweet. And what a beautiful way that you've captured the entire transition from what India has been able to achieve, sir, at the moon through the Chandrayaan and now at the sun. How do you feel today, sir? Who do you think this day belongs to?
No, absolutely. As you observed in my tweet, I said what a glorious turn for Bharat. It's been, in fact, I think the third component of the trilogy that the team ISRO has registered one after the other, being in the category of first among all. For it began with Chandrayaan, the first to land on the southern pole, then the Aditya, which is of course third, but now it's reached about 1.5 million, so in the L1 point. And the third one was very recently on the first, that was the ExpoSat, which is second in the world. So I think that has reiterated India's position as a leader in space technology. And with this mission that has been accomplished today, we'll be able to discover, as I wrote in my tweet, the mysteries of sun, which have created so many fairy tales around us, but we actually never secured any scientific answers. So, for the first time, there is an attempt to in the scientific world to find logical answers to many fairy tales that we have grown up with. And also because now we have a huge stake in the space. We have a lot of satellites over there. So it becomes all the more important for us to study the various phenomena of the sun, manifesting in the form of solar winds, sometimes solar storms. And I'm not sure how many viewers would be aware that just back in SpaceX, one of the private companies, the Elon Musk, they lost 40 satellites in a single go out of a solar activity happening, a kind of a solar storm. So the more we are aware of this, it's just like, you're negotiating through a heavy traffic zone and you are aware where to take turn, how to guard yourself. At the same time, how to make the best use of the various positive energies available, whether it's the solar phenomena, whether it's the coronal heating, whether the coronal mass ejections. And therefore, I think it will enable us, give us an edge in having discovered the solar phenomena, the photons, the interplanetary magnetic field much better than many other competitors in the space. And it's been one of the most indigenous and cost-effective missions, like many of the other missions that I mentioned. So it cost only rupees 600 crores, just as much as the Chandrayaan 3.
Oh, absolutely. And, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, before I let you go, I have two very learned gentlemen with us. And we've been looking at these images, talking about the entire mission for the past few minutes. S.K. Dhaka and R.C. Kapoor, and both of them believe that there has been a significant change in the way, it's not just the world today is looking at India, but a lot of people within the country also who are getting so much interested in science, these missions, who want to read about it, who want to be a part of the success story. And much of the credit must go to the Prime Minister for having, ensured that there is that right focus on science, on scientists, and on such missions that should and will perhaps go on in times to come. Dr. Singh?
I think more importantly, what is important for all of us to understand that we never lagged in caliber We never lacked in scientific commitment or scientific potential. What we lacked was an enabling milieu at the level of which is determined at the level of the policymakers, at the level of the political leadership. And that missing link has been made up by Prime Minister Modi. The manner in which he liberated the space technology department from the shackles of the past, which the media fondly described as the unlocking of the space, has resulted in all the stakeholders coming together. There's a huge investment happening in space today. There's also a very fast rise in the space economy of India, which is going to play a significant contribution in the future economic growth of the country. And I think it's like a whole of science and whole of government and whole of nation feeling, which is today you find every Indian glued to the television screen whenever there's a mission like this happening. I think the only other parallel is when India plays against Pakistan in a cricket match. So what you saw in Chandrayaan, what you're seeing today, and this has been possible because Prime Minister has made each and every citizen of India realize that it is his belonging, it is his ownership. He has a stake in the success of each of these space missions.
Oh, absolutely. And I still can't get over, these wonderful words from moonwalk to sundance. Dr. Jitendra Singh, you also have a way with words, sir. And I think you've put that out very brilliantly. We second that entire sentiment. And congratulations to you also. And, this is also a gratitude from, I think, the countrymen who will say that we are pushing forward our scientists, a team of, people who believe in science, who practice science, who live by science.
Absolutely.
And what would you want to say?
Yeah, but I think I fully agree with Dr. Jitendra Singh, and I think it's the top leadership which can connect to the scientific community. And this certainly gives us the boost to work more harder and to bring the beautiful results for the country.
And R.C. Kapoorji, what is your sentiment? Sun walk or the moon dance? What you believe has been more powerful, and the larger narrative of the India growth story also?
Well, both have been equally strong because Chandrayaan 3 landing was such a dramatic thing. We were holding our breath as the moment was drawing near. Similarly, here, actually, this orbital insertion is a very delicate process. It's not as dramatic as Chandrayaan 3 landing, but by itself, it's very, very important because if we miss a little bit, then we have almost lost our satellite. So this was a very critical phase when ISRO decided exactly at what moment to start the injection. So looks like it has been a successful injection, and in the next few days we will know from ISRO how the satellite is progressing in its own new halo orbit, and the various equipments have to start working so that we will get to know in the times to come quite new things about the sun.
Oh yes, new things about the sun. Now when you talk about the sun, S.K. Dhakaji, we were referring to the corona, a lot of, the other layers in the sun, but when you look at the sun, that is itself such a powerful celestial body. I mean, do we need different kind of equipments to be able to watch it with the kind of that temperature and a lot of these solar storms and all that Dr. Jitendra Singh also mentioned?
I think let me tell you briefly that because there are many institutes which have made all these instruments payloads in a different way.
Yes.
For instance, like Indian Institute of Astrophysics from Bangalore, then Pune, Ayuka, then Physical Research Laboratory, Ahmedabad, and Vikram Sarabhai Space Center. So these are the different organizations who are working on a different aspect, and they design their own instruments. And therefore, now you can understand that how important it would be because they are working for a long time to observe a particular phenomena. Somebody is focusing on like X-ray part, somebody is on coronagraph, somebody is on looking for the particle detectors like this. So because it is so exciting, like to observe many things which is coming from the sun. Like Professor Kapoor mentioned, you are having a CME, corona mass ejections. So they are also very, very important. And we must understand that how powerful they are, how much energy is coming. And in fact, if you see that for a long term, as I mentioned, like 11 years, from scientific point of view. It also affects our cloud formation for 11 years. It also affects our wind direction, wind speed, and it controls our atmosphere. So there are two ways. You might have mentioned, listen many times that there is a global warming, but at the same time, the lower Earth temperature and upper atmosphere temperature is also controlled by the sun activity on a 11-year solar cycle. So probably we can understand in a much better way. I'd like to mention, I forgot that Indian Institute of Geomagnetism in Mumbai, there is another institute where they are taking the magnetic activity, they are capturing all this time, and they are having the real-time observations. So probably if you add all this would be really very, very helpful.
So because you spoke about the weather and a lot of other, these changes, and I think technology again is something that has transformed the way we see things, the way perhaps the future is going to come forward. So R.C. Kapoorji, why don't you weigh on this? A lot of our viewers who are watching the broadcast also want to know what happens next. Like what will be the biggest takeaway from this huge feat that India today has been able to achieve, apart from the fact that, the scientific community, perhaps in collaboration with a lot of other international institutes and equal study partners, might want to, just read the surface of the sun, how it behaves, and a lot of other things. But how does this even affect the common man, sir?
See, one thing is that in the area of sciences, we cannot say what benefit we are going to get next day or in the next year or next decade. The science is science, and for its own sake, we pursue. And there is a technological fallout always. In fact, of all the space programs, there has been quite much of technological benefit that has gone out to the common public. So that is another thing. Apart from that, see, our knowledge about the sun, however much we have known about it as it's being our nearest star, still we always feel that there is quite a lot to learn. Because as we go deeper and deeper, we find newer things, and then we need better equipment, we need some extraordinary kind of coverage. So in that sense, there is always a scope for progress in any area in sciences. So here, it's not that next day, once these shutters are open, the instruments start churning out the data, because there is a lot of fine-tuning and calibration, and then scientists have to become sure that the data they are receiving is clean in the sense that it's believable, and also that we can sort of say with confidence that we have found out certain things. One thing in the case of coronagraph, as was mentioned, that we are looking at solar corona all the time, which is a remarkable sort of gain, because most of the time scientists are struggling with their instruments and only waiting for the total solar eclipse to happen, and they have to travel thousands of kilometers. But the kind of observations they are able to make at the time of a total solar eclipse is very high quality. Coronagraph comes sufficiently close to that, and a space-based coronagraph is very, very close to it. But since a large number of observations are going to be taken, so obviously when we have cleaned it up of all kinds of noise and errors and all that, we are going to have quite a gold mine of data so far as outermost layers of the solar atmosphere are concerned, the solar wind is concerned, or as anything that happens on the sun and it's going to directly affect the Earth's atmosphere, that also we are going to understand and learn much more. See, as I said, our technological life is now so much sort of affected by what happens on the sun. So obviously, such a observatory is to our advantage only. See, for the common man who is using a mobile phone is getting sort of benefited in an indirect way. It's not in the form of any worldly gains, but knowledge, and apart from that, how our various agencies are advancing, progressing, and also creating sort of scope for future work and then obviously that gives rise to further employment, and also in the area of education, there's quite a lot of contribution that happens from this side, because it's not just direct teaching, but whatever is being, whatever results are coming when they are taken to the public in the simplest terms, they try to get a better feel of what the world is about. So we must know how things happen in our surroundings, in the outer space. So at different levels, it's a spread of knowledge, and in an indirect way, advantages of the technology that are also reaching. See, there was it was the feeling of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai that space technology must benefit the last denomination of the country. That he felt in the early 60s. So imagine at a time when we were not yet sufficient in our food production, India ventured in the direction of space research. That was a remarkable thing. We are stuck to that, and today you see where we are. See, you would have seen those images where rocket parts are being carried on a cycle, and you, on the another hand, you are seeing the mighty GSLV Mark III rocket filling your screens. So it's a great achievement India has made. I'm sure in the times to come, there will be much more to feel proud of.
Oh, absolutely. And before we end this conversation, I'll just spend a few minutes talking to SK Dhakaji, and then we'll head into a quick break. You know, Dhakaji, when we were in school, we were told that this is, the sun is this blazing ball of hydrogen and helium, right. And without the sun, it is the star of your solar system, and without the sun, there is no life possible on Earth. Right. And not just this. So does this mean we also now have a front row seat to study the sun and perhaps also give us forewarnings when it comes to the weather and a lot of other things? Yeah. In fact, it is very interesting to really understand all these scientific activities. And sun has been, हम पूजा करते हैं सूर्य की हमेशा हमारे I think you see every day. And that is a source of energy. And this source of energy brings life. Our vegetation, our daily life, our energy, means everything is driven by the solar energy. And we are fortunate because India is located near equator to like 35 degrees north. But you just think about those countries which are really located in the polar region. They do not have enough sunlight. And you see, for a long period of time, they live in the dark area, like for several months, and then they do not have the sunset. So we are fortunate, India is really fortunate. So sun has really a remarkable, probably existence in our life. So therefore, to understand the sun activity or on the surface, what exactly is going on and how it is going to impact on us. So many astrologers, they study about that, how these things are basically impact our daily life. So I'm not going into that, but surely we want to understand about this, our atmosphere, our space weather. Space weather is just like our Earth atmosphere weather. So similarly, we are having a space weather. So we want to watch that what exactly is happening in the space. So that can be understood by this Aditya L1. So how the things are changing with time. So it's same as the daily weather we are having here on the Earth. So you can have that kind of correlation with that. Yeah. Okay, and I'm just so tempted to ask R.C. Kapoorji that last question because you spoke about this. We touched the moon, but R.C. Kapoorji, can we ever touch the sun? Can we ever touch the sun? Is that possible? I mean.
As you know, you yourself know the answer. See, we have touched the moon because it is a solid body. Sun, where exactly we are touching, because where its actual, photosphere begins, we will not know when we are very close to it. So, for example, the Parker probe that is already in the vicinity of the sun, and it's going to get very close to it this year sometime. It has passed through the solar corona. So to that extent, I must say one has really touched the sun, because I hope that there is a similar mission ISRO will send in the near future, like the Parker probe. So we'll get to know the sun even from still closer quarters. Right now, we are only 15 lakh kilometers from the Earth, and in the direction of the sun, it's only 1% of that average distance to the sun. So 1% is almost so very small compared to the actual distance to the sun. But I hope that in future there is a specific solar mission that even goes beyond the Parker probe's mission. So let's hope it happens in the future. There are many more missions that ISRO has been planning and working on. So see, like all the planets of our week, say Som, Mangal, Surya, say. So we are going to cover all of that, I'm sure. Right now, Mercury, Saturn, and Jupiter are only to be thought about. So that also will happen. We will certainly do many things in space.
So never say never.
Yeah.
Yes. And neither will R.C. Kapoor, neither will S.K. Dhaka ever say that no dream is not possible. Remember, if you can dream it, our scientists have told us that it is possible. We've seen that tremendous feat with Chandrayaan, and again, a redux of that tremendous and a huge achievement by the team at ISRO, even when it comes to the Aditya L1 mission. So once again, we congratulate the entire team at ISRO, the scientists, the engineers, who've been able to ensure that we've achieved this kind of feat. Thank you to also S.K. Dhaka ji and R.C. Kapoor ji for their extremely interesting and fascinating, little details about this entire conversation. The Prime Minister has congratulated the entire ISRO team, and also the MOS has said that this is just like that spacewalk that we've done on the moon, and now we are just so close to the sun. And that really tells you that what happens in case our scientists are able to achieve such significant feats. With this, we head into a quick break, but on the other side, we get you more news and highlights of this big mission. Don't go anywhere.
TV.
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली, जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
बढ़ता है, खेलता है, झूलता उछलता है, दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कराता है, आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया, अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया।
इस दुनिया में बस हम दो हैं, दुनिया जिनकी दीवानी है। आ रहे हैं हम दोनों।
In just a few days, India is all set to celebrate the 75th Republic Day. The parade rehearsals are currently underway in full swing at Delhi's Kartavya Path. Republic Day parade will feature 2 all-women contingents. This contingent will include women Agniveer soldiers from the Navy and Air Force. This year's NCC Republic Day camp will see the largest participation of girl cadets, with a total of 907 girls. PM Modi has formally invited French President Emmanuel Macron to be the chief guest at the 75th Republic Day function. The Delhi police has been conducting mock drills as part of its security preparations for Republic Day. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Tata.tv.
The first Vibrant Gujarat in Amrit Kal, the Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024 is set to take place. Infinite opportunities to meaningfully engage with Bharat and the world will unfold on this globally acclaimed future-ready platform. The last 20 glorious years of Vibrant Gujarat, a role model for the country, have infused us with new confidence, reinforcing our belief and conviction that Gujarat can achieve anything for the nation and the world. As we embark on the journey of shaping the future and building a modern, developed nation in the Amrit Kal, Vibrant Gujarat will prove to be the growth engine for this journey, because today Gujarat is future ready. On 10th of January, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will inaugurate Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024, ushering in an era of Industry 4.0. The country's largest global trade show will open a day earlier, on January 10th, where fruitful discussions will be held on the infinite possibilities of production in the aircraft sector, the potential of Dholera, and global fintech hub at GIFT, along with brainstorming sessions on Viksit Bharat at 2047. On January 11th, the discussions will revolve around game changers of the modern nation, such as semiconductor electronics, startups, e-commerce, tech ed, EV mobility. And on January 12th, Gujarat will engage in discussions with the world on technology, MSME, innovation and sustainability. The gateway to the future awaits your presence. Welcome to Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024.
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सोमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सोमानी मैक्स टाइल्स जमीन से जुड़े।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, किसानों को हर साल रुपए 6,000। 11 करोड़ 80 लाख किसानों को अब तक 2,60,000 करोड़ रुपए की सहायता। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
Race
Brace yourselves for a revolutionary leap into the world of news with the Republic World app. We are not merely presenting a news app. We at Republic TV are ushering in a new era of digital news consumption. The Republic World mobile app has the essence of power of breaking news and the heartbeat of our impactful shows seamlessly integrated into a singular dynamic platform for you. Join us, viewers, in an experience that goes beyond conventional news reporting. Don't merely witness the news, become a part of it. Download the Republic World app, now available on both the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
TV.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, भारत होगा गरीबी मुक्त। 5 सालों में 13 करोड़ 50 लाख लोगों को गरीबी से बाहर निकाला। हमारा संकल्प, विकसित भारत।
गोल का स्टाइलिश पंखा सिर्फ हवा ही नहीं देता, आपके आलीशान घर के कोने कोने में ठंडी हवा के झोंके पहुंचाता है।
कूल फैंस के स्टाइलिश डिजाइन से घर को सुंदर बनाएं। 5 स्टार BLDC कूल फैन से बिजली भी बचाएं।
समय आ गया है घर के पंखे बदलने का और कूल फैंस घर लाने का।
सीएम योगी के नेतृत्व में आज उत्तर प्रदेश $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनने की ओर अग्रसर है। अब उत्तर प्रदेश की पहचान देश के अग्रणी राज्य के रूप में हो रही है। देश दुनिया के निवेशकों को ये प्रवेश अपनी बेहतर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, पारदर्शी नीतियों एवं अपार सहूलियतों की वजह से आकर्षित कर रहा है।
हमारी कंपनी ANK बायोमेडिकल सर्विसेज जो है टर्नकी प्रोजेक्ट, हॉस्पिटल एक्रेडिटेशन और बायोमेडिकल क्षेत्र में काम कर रही है। हम अपनी कंपनी के माध्यम से एक वर्ल्ड क्लास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप करने में मदद करते हैं कस्टमर्स और क्लाइंट्स के लिए। पहले इन चीज़ों के लिए हमारे क्लाइंट्स को दूसरे राज्यों का देखना पड़ता था, सहारा लेना पड़ता था, बट अभी ये सारी सर्विसेज उनको यूपी के अंदर ही अवेलेबल है। और मैं उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार का बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि प्राइवेट और गवर्नमेंट का जो समागम इस सरकार ने इस क्षेत्र में किया है वो इससे पहले हमने कभी भी देखा नहीं।
Brace yourselves for a revolutionary leap into the world of news with the Republic World app. This is not just an app, viewers, it's a direct conduit to a world of news delivered with unparalleled authority and integrity right at your fingertips. Republic World app is your gateway to the latest updates, live streams and the debates that have become the hallmark of our journalistic prowess. Download Republic World app, available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
Tata.tv.
जब डेटा ब्रीच अलर्ट के बिना हो हैकर्स के पास अथॉरिटी, फिर किस बात की साइबर सिक्योरिटी। क्विक हील, आज के लाइफ की प्रायोरिटी साइबर सिक्योरिटी।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, सस्ती दवाई, अच्छी दवाई, कम से कम 75% डिस्काउंट। अब तक जरूरतमंदों के 23,000 करोड़ रुपए बचे। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
Yet another historic feat for Team ISRO as Aditya L1 is successfully injected into final orbit. Prime Minister Lord's Team ISRO says India has created yet another landmark. Ahead of Ram Mandir inauguration, AIUDF fearmongers with "don't travel by train" remark. Car Sevak Shrikant Pujari walks out of jail, says he will visit Ayodhya for inauguration. India lies at war over attack on ED team. Congress demands president's rule in West Bengal. ED's relentless action continues. Lookout notice issued against Trinamool Congress leader Shah Jahan Sheikh. Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Shavins, and starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in from Karnataka, where Car Sevak Shrikant Pujari has walked out of the jail now. In fact, he says that he will be going to Ayodhya. The development comes days after Pujari was arrested after the Siddaramaiah government reopened a 31-year-old case against Car Sevaks. A short while back, he also addressed the media the moment he walked out of the jail. In the last few days, remember, Republic TV has spoken to the family members of Car Sevak Shrikant Pujari as well as his lawyers, all indicating that this was a case of political vendetta, keeping in mind that an open warrant which was issued almost 28 years ago was executed by the Karnataka police. Karnataka police, on the other hand, has been maintaining that this is a regular procedure. In fact, the accused in this particular case was on the run, and that is the reason why they've finally taken that decision. Having said that, there have been a massive war of words between the Bharatiya Janata Party, principal opposition party in the state of Karnataka, and the ruling Siddaramaiah government. Essentially, Siddaramaiah once again indicating that the person is not someone who should have been outside jail. Let me just quickly go across to Chiru, who is joining us from the Kannada newsroom right now, and we'll also try and get across to my colleague Prajwal joining us on this broadcast. Chiru, first to you with regards to the statement that has been made by Car Sevak Shrikant Pujari. In fact, the state government, the chief minister himself had taken to a social media platform defending the action of his police. What is it that transpired in the court when the bail was granted to Shrikant Pujari?
Shravan, there are so many things which are controversial here in Karnataka. When Ram Mandir celebration is going on in Karnataka, one person called Shrikant Pujari was nabbed by Karnataka police and he was sent to jail directly a week ago. Shrikant Pujari was in jail from past 1 week and now he has been granted bail from the local court here. And the court also said when there is no FIR, when there is no mention of Mr. Shrikant Pujari in the concerned FIR, then on what grounds are you sending him to jail, and also on what grounds are you charging against Mr. Shrikant Pujari? And now on the same arguments he was granted bail yesterday and now he is being released. As soon as he came out from the jail, one thing he said very clearly, admitted in front of camera, that yes, he was protesting for Ram Mandir as a car sevak. And also, he wanted at any cost Ram Mandir should be, the Ram Lalla should be in his birthplace. And now he has also told that he will be attending the Ram Mandir inauguration, which is going to happen on 22nd. But after this, it is a major drawback for Karnataka government here, because they have brought in a 31-year-old case, and in that, legally speaking, if we forgive or if we give out all the statements what he has made, the Shrikant Pujari has made in front of camera, but in the legal language, there is no FIR in his name, and yet he was sent to jail for no reason. And now he is ready to go to Ram Mandir, and this is a celebration mode in Hubballi right now, Shravan.
Let me also go across to my colleague Prajwal, who's been tracking this story very closely. Prajwal, you spoke to the family members just about a few days ago, and also to the police. They still maintain that this was a regular case, but the Chief Minister essentially said that this was an appropriate action that was taken by the Karnataka police. Put this into perspective as to what exactly has the police been saying on this entire matter, and what was their position inside the court when they were basically perhaps countering the bail plea that was moved.
You know, Shravan, first and foremost, when it comes to the Commissioner of Police for Hubballi Dharwad, Renuka Sukumar, she went ahead and stated that this was just a routine procedure. But seems like the case has fallen flat, because we have seen that there has been 2 days of arguments which has gone out in the District Court of Hubballi as well, which clearly went ahead and mentioned the public prosecutor along with the police submitted the investigation report of this particular matter as well concerning the 1992 riots, where they had stated that his name was mentioned in the FIR, but then the legal counsel of Shrikant Pujari, Mr. Sanjeev Badaskar, produced the FIR stating that there was no name of Shrikant Pujari which was mentioned, and also in 1993 in the additional charge sheet which was filed, only then his name was mentioned as well, and an open warrant was issued in 1995. So once the particular open warrant was issued, it was finally learnt that that a case had to be lodged against him and he had to be taken into custody. And 28 years later on, the police did act on it. And one of the first instances that they have given for the bail that they wanted to be rejected was the fact that he's been absconding for 31 years. But here in itself, the police's lies were also exposed over here, because it is clearly mentioned in a document which has been accessed by Republic from 1992 to 2018. There are a list of around 16 crimes of Shrikant Pujari, out of which in 15 he has been acquitted. And in those 15, 3 of them were undertakings, meaning to state that he had personally been to the police station. He had signed an undertaking as well in 3 different police stations. One of them was in fact at the old Hubballi town police station in itself. So the question did arise as to where was he absconding if he himself presented before the police and signed on the records which was asked by the court and was also asked by the police department as well. And also now, secondly, the bail was also granted on his medical condition too, because he's been operated on both his shoulders as well, and he needs day-to-day treatment is what the legal counsel had gone ahead and claimed. And thirdly, they also had stated that he has been living as an ordinary common citizen as well. And there should be absolutely no problem, because whatsoever he's not disturbed the law and order in the past 5 years too. And this was clearly mentioned. So all said and done now, all of these conditions put together, he was granted bail, and the case did go ahead and fall flat too. Apart from which, there were 3 conditions which was mentioned in the bail order. First and foremost, he should not destroy or tamper with the evidence. Secondly, he should pay a sum of 1 lakh bond as surety. And thirdly, he will also have to make sure that he will present himself before the court whenever he is called for interrogation too. So all said and done, it seems to be like a happy ending, but this case has still not closed, because this is, remember, that this is only a conditional bail at this point of time, and we will need to wait as to how the cops will go about and handle this particular case. But the BJP claims political vendetta, whereas the government claims that all is well and they are only attending to long pending cases.
Well, Prajwal, I'll just request you to stay on with us. Let me just quickly go back to my colleague Chiru, who's joining us from the Kannada newsroom. I believe there is some more breaking news now coming in. Chiru, over to you.
Yes, there is another breaking news, big breaking news coming here from Kannada newsroom. That is, Congress had mocked Shrikant Pujari. Not only Shrikant Pujari, Congress had also mocked BJP that if you have so much love, if you love Shrikant Pujari so much, who's been accused in so many cases, like 16 cases and 17 cases, why don't you give him BJP ticket from Dharwad and Hubballi? And now, going in front of camera, this person, Shrikant Pujari, has announced that if BJP is ready to give me the ticket, I will be interested to contest in the constituency which Congress is mocking, and he is ready for all next coming elections in Lok Sabha.
Well, thank you very much, Chiru and Prajwal, for getting us the latest news. I'll just request both of you to stay on with us while we also play out that reaction coming in from Shrikant Pujari. This was just a moment after he stepped out of the jail, where he indicated that he does intend to go to Ayodhya.
ನಾವು ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಮನಿಗಾಗಿ ಜನ್ಮ ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ಅವತ್ತು 1992 ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಆದಾಗ ಏನೇನಾಯ್ತು ನಾವು ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಮನಿಗಾಗಿ ಜನ್ಮ ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ಅವತ್ತು 1992 ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಆದಾಗ ಏನೇನಾಯ್ತು ನಾವು ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಮನಿಗಾಗಿ ಜನ್ಮ ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ಅವತ್ತು 1992 ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಆದಾಗ ಏನೇನಾಯ್ತು ನಾವು ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಮನಿಗಾಗಿ ಜನ್ಮ.
Ahead and asking what exactly happened in 1992. So Shrikant Pujari stating that I fought only for the cause of Ram Mandir and there was nothing else.
Well, thank you very much, Prajwal and Chiru, for getting us the latest. National Investigation Agency attached the residence of Mushtaq Ahmed and accused in connection with the case of weapon recovery in Chanapura area of Srinagar district. In connection with an illegal mining case, Enforcement Directorate had conducted searches at the residence of former INLD MLA Dilbag Singh in Yamunanagar, Haryana. The search operation at Singh's residence continues for the third consecutive day. The Border Security Force troops stationed at the border detected dropping sound near the border fence in the vicinity of village Dauke in Amritsar. Following a search, the BSF recovered packages suspected to contain heroin weighing over 3 kilograms. The Indian members who were a part of the crew on board the hijacked vessel MV Lily Norfolk have been safely evacuated by the Indian Navy. Indian Navy shared a visual where the crew members thanked Prime Minister Modi for the safe evacuation. Haryana Minister and former captain of Indian hockey team Sandeep Singh appeared before Chandigarh court in connection with the alleged sexual harassment case. On the arrangements for the Ram Temple ceremony, Uttar Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister KP Maurya said that during the Samajwadi Party's rule, Ram devotees were lathi charged, but they will now be warmly welcomed in Ayodhya.
डबल इंजन सरकार के कारण से पूरी अयोध्या को सजाने का काम, विकास करने का काम, और जब इस प्रकार के कोई क्षेत्र का, चाहे वह अयोध्या का हो, चाहे काशी का हो, चाहे मथुरा का हो, जब विकास होता है तो करोड़ों की संख्या में वहाँ तीर्थयात्री आते हैं, और जब करोड़ों तीर्थयात्री आते हैं तो करोड़ों की संख्या में रोजगार सृजित होते हैं। इसके बारे में ये सपा बसपा कांग्रेस जैसे राम विरोधियों को पता ही नहीं है, इसलिए इस प्रकार की बयानबाजी करते हैं। अयोध्या में जो राम भक्त आएंगे 22 जनवरी के बाद उनका हार्दिक स्वागत करते हैं, अभिनंदन करते हैं, उनकी सब प्रकार की व्यवस्था।
As India awaits the mega event on 22nd of January, BJP announced plans to telecast the ceremony of the Ayodhya Ram Temple live on booth level across the country. Ahead of the grand inauguration ceremony of Ayodhya Ram Temple, Uttar Pradesh Prison Minister said that the ceremony will be live streamed in every prison of the state.
कैदी 1,05,000 से ज़्यादा कैदी हैं इस समय। हमारे मन में ये धारणा आई कि वो भी इस देश के प्रदेश के नागरिक हैं, उनको वो भी इस आयोजन से वंचित न रहें, इसलिए संपूर्ण उत्तर प्रदेश की जेलों में लाइव प्रसारण दिखाया जाएगा। और क्योंकि सभी कैदी पेशेवर अपराधी नहीं हैं, तमाम घटनाएं घट जाती हैं और कैदी बन जाते हैं, इसलिए वो भी इस भव्य आयोजन से वंचित न रहें, इसलिए ये व्यवस्था की जा रही है।
Ahead of the 75th Republic Day, NCC Republic Day Camp 2024 was held at the Karyappa Parade Ground in Delhi Cantonment. NCC Republic Day Camp for this year will witness its highest ever involvement of girl cadets, totaling 907 participants. UAE Land Forces contingent comprising of 45 personnel participated in the first edition of the ongoing India-UAE joint military exercise called Desert Cyclone. The exercise aims to enhance its interoperability in sub-conventional operations. Ahead of the Ram Mandir inauguration, AIUDF Chief Badruddin Ajmal is now once again fear-mongering, saying that Muslims must avoid travel by train on 20th of January. Remember, politics over this entire matter has only gained momentum over the last few days, with several political parties as well as a few leaders who have been constantly fear-mongering. And not just that, there was also an attempt that was made by a few political parties to say that the Ram Mandir inauguration is largely political in nature, so much so that it has been completely hijacked by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Listen to some of the reactions that are coming in.
আমাদের মুসলমান ভাইরা 20 তারিখ থেকে 24-25 তারিখ পর্যন্ত কেউ যে ট্রেনে সফর করে পুরো ভারতবর্ষ এই যে রাম জন্মভূমির মুক্তি রাখা হইল, রামের মুক্তি রাখা হইল, ওই দিন তারা পুরো পৃথিবী দেখতে লাখ লাখ মানুষ আর ভারতবর্ষ থেকে তো ঢাকাইতেছে গাড়ি, বাস, ট্রেন, স্পেশাল ট্রেন, প্লেন সব দিতেছে। এর জন্য বিজেপির প্ল্যান বহুত বড়, এটারে আমরা ফ্লাইং ফেল করতে লাগবো, শান্তি রাখতে লাগবো। আমরা কেউ যে এই কয়েকদিন ট্রেনে সফর এই জিনিসটা একজনে আরেকজনে জানাইয়া দিবেন। নিজের বাড়িতে থাকো, শান্তিতে থাকো, নামাজ পড়ো, আল্লাহর কাছে দোয়া করো। बीजेपी আমাদের সবচেয়ে বড় শত্রু, জানের শত্রু, দ্বীনের শত্রু, ইমানের শত্রু, আজানের শত্রু, মাদ্রাসার শত্রু, মসজিদের শত্রু, মা বোনের পর্দার শত্রু, আমার ইসলামিক কানুনের শত্রু, তালাকের শত্রু, এইসব জিনিসগুলো আল্লাহ কোরআনে আমাদের।
Union Minister Giriraj Singh has now hit out saying that the likes of Badruddin Ajmal only want to spread hatred in the society.
सबका साथ सबका विश्वास के साथ चलती है और बदरुद्दीन अजमल को भले नफरत हो बीजेपी से, बीजेपी मुसलमान से नफरत नहीं करती। और आपने देखा होगा वो मुसलमानों को डराएं, धमकाएं, उनमें भ्रम पैदा करें, लेकिन इकबाल अंसारी जो राम जन्मभूमि के पिटिशनर थे, उनके पिताजी, वो जा रहे हैं और पूजा में भी सम्मिलित होंगे। बदरुद्दीन अजमल जैसे लोग ही समाज के लिए, ओवैसी जैसे लोग, बदरुद्दीन अजमल जैसे लोग जो समाज में नफरत फैलाने का केवल काम करते हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी सर्वधर्म में भरोसा रखती है और सर्वधर्म का सम्मान करती है।
Addressing the Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra in Thiruvananthapuram, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Shankar hailed Modi ki guarantee and said that this guarantee means good governance and people-centric policies. Let's listen.
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Shankar addressed Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra in Thiruvananthapuram today. The Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra has crossed over 10 crore participants in about 50 days. The drive was launched by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Jharkhand's Khunti on November 15th last year.
I want to say this, that today Modi ki guarantee is something which is not only believed in the country. Modi ki guarantee is also believed in the world. And Modi ki guarantee means good governance. It means people-centric policy. It means what Modi ji spoke about, which is if anybody is in problem abroad.
This is Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Yet another historic feat for Team ISRO as Aditya L1 has successfully injected into the final orbit on the other side. Prime Minister notes Team ISRO says India has created yet another landmark.
Tata.tv
सर आप बहुत लकी हैं कि आपके बेटे ने हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस और बाकी सारी फॉर्मेलिटीज टाइम से पूरी कर दी है। अब आप घर जा सकते हैं।
मेरा बेटा?
तो फिर आप?
पॉलिसी बाजार।
क्लेम के टाइम पे हमेशा आपकी हेल्प को तैयार। पॉलिसी बाजार 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 390 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
It's a competitive market and consumers should be spoiled for choices. That's what we always believe. So if you are good, the consumers will choose you. We are already among the top 5 brands globally and in India. Less than 10K. Phantom V Fold, we were the number 2 to bring in the Fold segment, a price which was less than 100K. We were the first to bring a flip phone, which was also the first in the segment. So Techno always is segment first or India first. And all these phones are made in India, made by Indians. So we believe in Digital India, Atmanirbhar Bharat.
whenever I had ice cream or cold water, I would experience a sharp shooting sensation. So I just kept ignoring it. Even my hot chai was giving me the same amount of discomfort. My dentist recommended Sensodyne. So now I can be completely carefree and sip my hot cup of tea. It really works.
भाई इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
Despite the chilly weather and morning fog in the capital city, preparations for the 75th Republic Day Parade continued at the Kartavya Path. This year's Republic Day Parade will feature 2 all-women contingents. Take a look at this report.
In just a few days, India is all set to celebrate the 75th Republic Day. The parade rehearsals are currently underway in full swing at Delhi's Kartavya Path. Republic Day Parade will feature 2 all-women contingents. This contingent will include women Agniveer soldiers from the Navy and Air Force. This year's NCC Republic Day camp will see the largest participation of girl cadets, with a total of 907 girls. PM Modi has formally invited French President Emmanuel Macron to be the chief guest at the 75th Republic Day function. The Delhi police has been conducting mock drills as part of its security preparations for Republic Day. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
On the other side, Car Sevak Shrikant Pujari walks out of jail, says he will visit Ayodhya for inauguration. India lies at war over attack on ED team. Congress demands president's rule in West Bengal.
TV.
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
मेरे भाई अरविंद कुमार की कुछ महीने पहले एक्सीडेंट में डेथ हो गई। उन्होंने पॉलिसी बाजार से टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस लिया हुआ था, जो अब भाभी के घर के खर्च और बच्चों की पढ़ाई में काम आएगा। पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने क्लेम दिलवाने में हमारी पूरी मदद की।
क्लेम के टाइम पे आपकी हेल्प के लिए हमेशा तैयार। पॉलिसी बाजार, 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 470 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
Just another tycoon. Hustling way too early in the morning. Passing on this happy tune. Helping babies feel at ease. Aw, all kinds of babies. No drive is just another drive when you're in a tycoon. Volkswagen.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, सस्ती दवाई, अच्छी दवाई, कम से कम 75% डिस्काउंट। अब तक जरूरतमंदों के 23,000 करोड़ रुपए बचे। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
Brace yourselves for a revolutionary leap into the world of news with the Republic World app. We are not merely presenting a news app. We at Republic TV are ushering in a new era of digital news consumption. The Republic World mobile app has the essence of power of breaking news and the heartbeat of our impactful shows seamlessly integrated into a singular dynamic platform for you. Join us, viewers, in an experience that goes beyond conventional news reporting. Don't merely witness the news, become a part of it. Download the Republic World app, now available on both the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Brace yourselves for a revolutionary leap into the world of news with the Republic World app. This is not just an app, viewers, it's a direct conduit to a world of news delivered with unparalleled authority and integrity right at your fingertips. Republic World app is your gateway to the latest updates, live streams and the debates that have become the hallmark of our journalistic prowess. Download Republic World app, available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
TV.
कुछ महीने पहले मेरे दोस्त की हेल्थ अचानक खराब हुई और कुछ दिनों में ही उसकी डेथ हो गई। उसने पॉलिसी बाजार से टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस लिया हुआ था। मैंने पॉलिसी बाजार को कांटेक्ट किया। उनकी टीम ने क्लेम दिलाने में उसकी पेरेंट्स की पूरी हेल्प की।
क्लेम के टाइम पे आपकी हेल्प के लिए हमेशा तैयार। पॉलिसी बाजार, 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 470 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
There's a way to open up a world of opportunities with the most reputed companies of the world. The way 98% of our students secured placement last year, with top rankings and coveted accreditation to show for them. The MBA programs at the Amrita School of Business. Admissions have opened. Apply now.
सीएम योगी के नेतृत्व में आज उत्तर प्रदेश $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनने की ओर अग्रसर है। अब उत्तर प्रदेश की पहचान देश के अग्रणी राज्य के रूप में हो रही है। देश दुनिया के निवेशकों को ये प्रवेश अपनी बेहतर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, पारदर्शी नीतियों एवं अपार सहूलियतों की वजह से आकर्षित कर रहा है।
हमारी कंपनी ANK बायोमेडिकल सर्विसेज जो है टर्नकी प्रोजेक्ट, हॉस्पिटल एक्रेडिटेशन और बायोमेडिकल क्षेत्र में काम कर रही है। हम अपनी कंपनी के माध्यम से एक वर्ल्ड क्लास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप करने में मदद करते हैं कस्टमर्स और क्लाइंट्स के लिए। पहले इन चीज़ों के लिए हमारे क्लाइंट्स को दूसरे राज्यों का देखना पड़ता था, सहारा लेना पड़ता था, बट अभी ये सारी सर्विसेज उनको यूपी के अंदर ही अवेलेबल है। और मैं उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार का बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि प्राइवेट और गवर्नमेंट का जो समागम इस सरकार ने इस क्षेत्र में किया है वो इससे पहले हमने कभी भी देखा नहीं।
गोल का स्टाइलिश पंखा सिर्फ हवा ही नहीं देता, आपके आलीशान घर के कोने कोने में ठंडी हवा के झोंके पहुंचाता है।
कूल फैंस के स्टाइलिश डिजाइन से घर को सुंदर बनाएं। 5 स्टार BLDC कूल फैंस से बिजली भी बचाएं।
समय आ गया है घर के पंखे बदलने का और कूल फैंस घर लाने का।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, सबका अपने पक्के घर का सपना होगा पूरा।
4 करोड़ पक्के घरों का निर्माण। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
3 से 4 व्हीलर में अपग्रेड तो करना है, पर इसमें से क्या खास बात है?
इसमें एक खासियत हो तो बताएं। टाटा इस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX में है दमदार इंजन जो दे बढ़िया पिकअप, बड़ी और स्ट्रॉन्ग लोड बॉडी और मेंटेनेंस एकदम कम। तो अब सोचो, समझो और टाटा इस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX लो।
Right now, where I'm standing, this is the residential complex of Trinamool Congress leader Sheikh Shah Jahan, who allegedly instigated the hooligans to create an attack upon ED officials and also on the CRPF Jawans. And all we can see, mansion-like places to live for Sheikh Shah Jahan. This is number 1 house, this is number 2, this is number 3, and total at least 5 number of residents, which all of our mansion-likes are in this residential complex. And also we will try to get a reaction from Sheikh Shah Jahan or from his family members. Mr. Shah Jahan, Mr. Sheikh Shah Jahan, Sheikh Shah Jahan, Sheikh Shah Jahan. We can see this is locked from inside, and also we'll go to another mansion-like residential place of.
So, how is the feeling? Telling, sir. How is the feeling? How is the Josh?
If it comes from your side, that will be great. Wait. Because every time, whenever you say, how's the feeling, we hear some good news. That's a good thing.
So next is nicer. Next is not nicer. Next is inside 3DS. So weather satellite, IMD.
January.
No, that we are trying, but slightly getting shifted. Come. Okay, good. Yes. So,
Sir, first of all, congratulations.
Sir, congratulations. Thank
Give
you.
us some information about the success.
See, this today's event was only placing the Aditya L1 in the precise halo orbit. So it was moving towards a halo orbit, but we had to do a little bit of corrections to put it at the right place. So something like a 31 meter per second velocity has to be given cumulatively to the satellite to keep it at the right orientation. So basically it's a halo orbit. It's an orbit which moves around L1 point with a size of 6 lakh kilometer in one dimension, 2+ lakh in another dimension, 1 lakh kilometer in another dimension. So it formed like an egg. So in this new orbit it has to be placed, it has to be very precisely put. If we don't do the correction today, it will escape from this point. Okay, we will not allow it to escape if it did not happen. There are some contingencies, but I am only telling mathematically it can escape. So that has been very precisely done. Ultimately what we achieved today is exact placement based on our measurement and very correct prediction of the velocity requirement. The computer decided to cut off at accelerometer based cutoff has happened. So right now it is in our calculation it is at the right place. But we are going to monitor for next few hours to see whether it is at the right place. Then if it is slightly drifted, we may have to do a little bit of correction, and we don't expect that to happen.
How important role this can play, sir? Because as far as understanding the sun is concerned.
See, the scientific aspect of this particular mission has already been well described because it is going to look at the solar coronal mass ejection, CME, basically using a primary instrument called the VELC, which is developed by Indian Institute of Astrophysics. And this will look at the corona part of the sun, almost 3 times its diameter, distance away. And corroborating that, there will be other measurements, which is again by a payload called SUIT, which is going to look at the entire disk of the sun in ultraviolet in various frequency bands, which is already images we have already put out in the website. We also have particle measurements in what is coming out of the sun by the payload called the PAPA. Then we also have X-ray measurements, which is in low energy and high energy X-rays measurement. We also have magnetometer which looks at the space magnetic field which is coming for because of these ejections. So it is solar wind is essentially the particle emission which is happening. So we look at all of this in a very correlated manner, which is very unique part of this mission.
This is not only a national mission but also the international community.
See, everybody is looking at it, yeah, because understanding sun is not important for India alone. It's central for the entire global. So this is what precisely after Chandrayaan-3 landing also our Honorable Prime Minister told. Chandrayaan-3 is for the whole of the world, not for India alone. Yeah. So the solar mission Aditya L1 is also for the whole of this world, for all of us to understand and make use of this scientific importance. Right. So here the impact is on the space weather. You know, space weather is more controlled by such activities, especially the behavior of the sun, which affects our magnetic external fields, and then its impact more on northern latitude and southern latitude, which is more dominant in southern latitude, northern latitudes, and of course southern not much in the equatorial region. So it is more dominant for areas other than India, precisely, to be technically correct. So that way a lot of people are interested to understand this effect. So we look forward to a lot of scientific outcome come in the coming days. At least 5 years of life is guaranteed with the fuel left out in the satellite also. Yes.
So Prime Minister has once again applauded, ISRO, and you have given him a gift in this year.
Yeah.
What next?
See, I think his vision has already been outlined very well. I think all of you are aware of it. After the Chandrayaan mission, he was so upbeat about the accomplishment of space agency in India, making all of us proud, making the soft landing on the moon. He said that the impact is so profound in the country as well as within the minds of the young people. So it is the right opportunity that he has outlined a total vision for us in the next 25 years in the Amrit Kal, which is very, very, very ambitious, that we must conduct more and more exploratory missions while we do all the applications and other societally relevant things, like going to moon on a regular manner. Landing on the moon by 2040 is the target given to us with the human being, and bring them back safely, of course. Then build space stations in a systematic manner. From 2028, the first unit should go up. And 2035, we must have an operational space station where people can go and stay and work. This is second goal. So Chandrayaan mission should continue if it has to happen like that. So we are working on various missions to moon, how to bring samples or how to do robotic exploration, how to go around the moon and come back with people. All of this we'll have to plan in a sequential manner. We also have to do scientific missions to Venus, maybe to Mars again, maybe to land on Mars. So all of this we have to do. So it looks like our hand full.
SpaceX also your...
No, SpaceX is a different thing. It's a commercial activity. It's not an activity which I mentioned here. NSIL is a commercial arm. They have a satellite to be launched. So they looked at what is the best commercial way possible to launch. Huh? Yeah. You are talking about SpaceX or SpaceX? SpaceX, I told the same thing only. So they have entered into a contract for launching the GSAT-20 now, which is heavier satellite. We cannot launch. So that is a different activity.
So Gaganyaan will be the most crucial thing?
No, as I already told last Exposat launch also, I was telling that Gaganyaan in year 2024 is a Gaganyaan preparatory year and 25 is a Gaganyaan launch year. Okay. So let the preparatory year be filled with a lot of activity for Gaganyaan. We have to launch at least 2 unmanned missions. We have to do 2 test flight missions. We have to do pad abort tests, helicopter door tests. A lot of developments have to happen, including environmental control life support system qualifications. So that means our hands are full at various centers. Shankaran is preparing at URC the very critical part of the first unit of the service module, and more numbers have to come. And the Narayan and team is working on ECLSS and various propulsion capability for service module, crew module. Lot of tests done in the last years. I think probably you would have already read in our website. And very happy to say that most of the tests are getting completed. Yesterday also there was a test in LPSC on the cryogenic engine to demonstrate its high reliability for Gaganyaan very successfully. Many things we are not announcing. Hundreds of tests are happening. Huh? So
much ahead of time.
Yeah.
How was the mood today, when this was happening?
It is celebration time for us. It is celebration time for us. But when you celebrate, we have equally a moment of work also. Anxious moments. That is out of our textbook now.
साल में सर एक सप्ताह में दूसरी बार एक शानदार फीट का आपने अंजाम दिया है सर इसरो की तरफ से. आज का माहौल क्या था जब ये एक कॉम्प्लेक्स मिशन को आपने अचीव कर?
ये तो एक बहुत बढ़िया कॉम्प्लेक्स मिशन था. इसमें यही बात है कि हमको एक वेरी प्रिसाइसली करना है. हमको जो वेलोसिटी देना है, स्पीड देना है, तो कुछ तो कम ही है. कुछ 31 मीटर्स पर सेकेंड है. तो इतना सा छोटा सा वेलोसिटी है. इफ इट्स नॉट करेक्ट वह ये L1 से कहीं दूर जाएंगे, सूर्य से भी दूर जाएंगे। ऐसा नहीं होने देंगे, फिर भी हमें बोलता है कि ऐसे जाएंगे। सो इसके करेक्शन, इसका मेजरमेंट इतना अच्छी तरह होना चाहिए। हमारे ग्राउंड स्टेशन से हमको यही अच्छी तरह मेजर कर सका। और अब इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स है वो ऑन बोर्ड में, जो गायरोस है, एक्सेलरोमीटर्स है, सभी अच्छी तरह काम किए। और एल्गोरिदम भी अच्छा है, मैथमेटिकल कैलकुलेशन है, कॉम्प्लेक्स मैथमेटिकल कैलकुलेशन है, एक ऐसे कैलकुलेट करूँ, यही भी अच्छी तरह इस समय हमको कर सका। सो इसलिए हमारा रिजल्ट अच्छा होना ही चाहिए।
भारत के लिए अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कम्युनिटी के लिए भी बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है, क्या कहना चाहिए?
अंतर्राष्ट्रीय साइंटिफिक कम्युनिटी से हमें डिस्कशन हो रही है, चर्चा हो रही है। ये डाटा उनको भी के पास भी जाएंगे। हमारे 2 ISDC है और साइंटिफिक डाटा सेंटर है, वहाँ से ये डाटा उनको भी मिलेंगे।
सर ये L1 पॉइंट जो है बहुत अनस्टेबल पॉइंट ऐसा कहते हैं, तो इसको यहाँ पर मेंटेन करने के लिए
ये अनस्टेबल पॉइंट नहीं है, स्टेबल पॉइंट भी है, बट तो इसमें पर्टर्बेशन होते रहते हैं। तो इसलिए हमने कुछ प्रोपेलेंट जो कंजम्पशन होगा, हमारा भी एस्टिमेट है 1 साल में 6 किलो प्रोपेलेंट का कंजम्पशन होना चाहिए। तो हमारे उपग्रह में अभी 100 किलोग्राम प्रोपेलेंट है, तो इसलिए इसको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा 5 साल से अधिक लाइफ होना ही चाहिए।
सर और आगे जो है आप किस तरह से रहेगा, खासतौर पर स्टडी की बात करें, जो क्रोमोस्फीयर, फोटोस्फीयर, मैग्नेटिक फील्ड, कोरोना वगैरह, उन सबको कैसे स्टडी किया जाएगा, इसके बाद का जो है क्या जर्नी रहेगा सर?
सो इसमें यही है कि हमारे जो कोरोनल मास इजेक्शन होते हैं सन से, इसके में कोई आफ्टर इफेक्ट्स है, या आफ्टर इफेक्ट से पार्टिकल्स आते हैं, उसमें मैग्नेटिक फील्ड में चेंज जो होते हैं, एक्सरे भी कम आउटपुट होते हैं। ये सभी को हमको मेजर करके एक सिस्टमैटिक इम्पैक्ट को हम मेजर करेंगे। से फॉर एग्जांपल मैग्नेटिक, सपोज हमको ये सिर्फ मैग्नेटिक मेजरमेंट से कि हम कोरिलेट करेंगे ये CMC से आता है या नहीं। सो ऐसे 7 इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स है, ऐसे एक उपग्रह कहीं भी नहीं मिला, हमें भी कंस्ट्रक्ट किया है, कहीं भी नहीं लॉन्च किया है। यही उसका बहुत बढ़िया उपलब्धि है।
हमारे इस तरह से अलग होगा सर बाकी जो एस्टैब्लिश्ड ऑब्जर्वेटरीज हैं।
एक
सर इस तरह से अलग हमारा
हमारा जो एडवांटेज है
हाई मिशन होते ही रहते हैं। सोहो है, ये कई साल के पहले हमारी अमेरिका से हुआ था वहाँ, उसके बाद ये होते रहते हैं। सो इसे कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री है, हमको ये मेजरमेंट के बारे में हमकी जानकारी है।
हमारे इंस्ट्रूमेंट मोर अपडेटेड हैं सर?
ये मुझे ऐसे नहीं कर सकते, अपडेट के बारे में कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते। हमारा इंस्ट्रूमेंट तो बहुत अच्छा है, इसको मेजरमेंट को हमने जो टारगेट किया है उसे अचीव करेंगे।
सर लास्ट क्वेश्चन, प्रधानमंत्री हमेशा इसरो के साथ रहे, मोटिवेट करते रहे, ये मिशन के बाद प्रधानमंत्री
आपने वो देखा हुआ उनका ट्वीट, उसके ट्वीट में हमको कंग्रेचुलेट किया है, हमको यही आदेश दिया है कि हम जो आउटलाइन है, तो विजन जो आउटलाइन है उसके कर लीजिए, पूरा सपोर्ट देने के हमारे साथ ही रहते हैं। आज तो उनको होना ही चाहिए था, पर फिर उनके बहुत बढ़िया काम और भी है, इसी नहीं है, स्पेस का भी नहीं। सो इसलिए हमने जो आशीर्वाद दो दिया है हमको, बहुत खुश हुआ इसी के। हमने
चांद हो गया, सूर्य हो गया, बगला क्या सब
और कई ग्रह ना हमको वीनस है, मार्स है, जुपिटर है, नेपट्यून है, प्लूटो अभी भी है या नहीं? हम जो जाएंगे, हम तो एक प्लानट बनाएंगे। हमने एक स्पेस स्टेशन बनाता हूँ, ये स्पेस स्टेशन होगा हमारा प्लानट, तो हम जाके हमारा इंस्ट्रूमेंट शुरू हो चुका है, हमें अनाउंस करेंगे कैसे होते हैं, कैसे ड्राइंग होते हैं, ये सभी लोग इसमें ही जुड़ा है। शंकर नारायण है, उस प्रोपल्शन के बारे में चर्चा हो रही है। ये तो रिव्यू अगले एक हफ्ते में होते रहते हैं। थैंक यू
सर। 2 मिनट का
सर 2 मिनट सर 2 मिनट नया साल,
अरे सब ले लेंगे,
So we've just heard the first detailed response that's coming in from ISRO. The chairman there speaking more of the kind of journey that has gone behind Aditya L1, and he says this is just the beginning. There are many other missions that the team wishes to fulfill, and their endeavor to study the space and the many secrets will continue. On the other side, we continue to get you more details of a historic feat for Team ISRO, as Aditya L1 now has successfully been injected into the final orbit. What does that mean? Details when we come back.
Punjab.tv।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
It's a competitive market and consumers should be spoiled for choices. That's what we always believe. So if you are good, the consumers will choose you. We are already among the top 5 brands globally and in India. Less than 10K. Phantom V Fold, we were the number 2 to bring in the fold segment, a price which was less than 100K. We were the first to bring a flip phone, which was also the first in the segment. So Techno always is segment first or India first. And all these phones are made in India, made by Indians. So we believe in Digital India, Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Just another tycoon. Hustling way too early in the morning. Passing on this happy tune. Helping babies feel at ease. Aw, all kinds of babies. No drive is just another drive when you're in a Tycoon. Volkswagen.
Now, the Adani Total Gas and Shahjahan Quantum Technologies are joining forces to fuel India's decarbonization drive. The partnership aims to ditch petrol, diesel, and to embrace cleaner alternatives like the CNG and LNG across multiple sectors. The dynamic duo will be exploring retrofitting existing engines in transportation and mining for cleaner operations. Adani's fleet in cement, ports and logistics is set to get a green makeover. Shahjahan's expertise will also target stationary engines, locomotives and even marine equipment. They are also looking into e-mobility solutions for last-mile delivery and greener fuel options like hydrogen, reducing the carbon footprints, boosting sustainability and inspiring positive change across industries. That's the power of the partnership. On the other side, Car Sevak Shrikant Pujari walks out of jail, says he will visit Ayodhya for the inauguration. Also, the INDA allies at war of the attack on the ED team in Bengal, the Congress calling for the president's rule in the state.
Brace yourselves for a revolutionary leap into the world of news with the Republic World app. This is not just an app, viewers. It's a direct conduit to a world of news delivered with unparalleled authority and integrity right at your fingertips. Republic World app is your gateway to the latest updates, live streams, and the debates that have become the hallmark of our journalistic prowess. Download Republic World app, available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
Tata.tv.
The first Vibrant Gujarat in Amrit Kal, the Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024 is set to take place. Infinite opportunities to meaningfully engage with Bharat and the world will unfold on this globally acclaimed future-ready platform. The last 20 glorious years of Vibrant Gujarat, a role model for the country, have infused us with new confidence, reinforcing our belief and conviction that Gujarat can achieve anything for the nation and the world. As we embark on the journey of shaping the future and building a modern, developed nation in the Amrit Kal, Vibrant Gujarat will prove to be the growth engine for this journey, because today Gujarat is future ready. On 10th of January, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will inaugurate Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024, ushering in an era of Industry 4.0. The country's largest global trade show will open a day earlier, on January 10th, where fruitful discussions will be held on the infinite possibilities of production in the aircraft sector, the potential of Dholera, and global fintech hub at GIFT, along with brainstorming sessions on Viksit Bharat at 2047. On January 11th, the discussions will revolve around game changers of the modern nation, such as semiconductor electronics, startups, e-commerce, tech ed, EV mobility. And on January 12th, Gujarat will engage in discussions with the world on technology, MSME, innovation and sustainability. The gateway to the future awaits your presence. Welcome to Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024.
इस दुनिया में बस हम दो हैं, दुनिया जिनकी दीवानी है। आ रहे हैं हम दोनों।
जहाँ यादगार होता है हर एक किस्सा। इको रिट्रीट ओडिशा।
Stop at nothing. That's a key word for techno, and I'm being associated with techno last 3 months, and I'm really happy because the way it has picked up in last few months and where it is today, everything is made here in India, and I'm associated with a brand which is absolutely Hamara Bharat. So I'm happy with it. Whoever my fans are, please go and buy Techno Mobiles. It's a phone which gives you way more features in a price I don't think any other brand would, any other mobile brand would give you that in that price. So please go ahead and buy Techno Mobiles.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Saturday edition of This Is Exclusive with me, Shahjahan. Ladies and gentlemen, yet another historic feat that has been achieved by Team ISRO. India's first solar mission is now successful. It has entered the final orbit. We'll get to all this and much more on this edition of This Is Exclusive. But up first, these are the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Yet another historic feat for Team ISRO as Aditya L1 is successfully injected into final orbit. Prime Minister Lord's Team ISRO says India has created yet another landmark.
Very ব্যস্ত লাগলো শান্তি রাখতে লাগলো আমরা কেউ যে এই কয়েকদিন ট্রেনে এই জিনিসটা এখানে আরেকজনে জানাই দিবেন নিজের বাড়িতে থাকো শান্তিতে থাকো নামাজ পড়ো আল্লাহর কাছে দোয়া করো
Ahead of Ram Mandir inauguration, AIUDF fearmongers with don't travel by train remark. Karsevak Shrikant Pujari walks out of jail, says he will visit Ayodhya for inauguration. India aims at war over attack on ED team. Congress demands president's rule in West Bengal. Notice has now been issued, a lookout notice against Trinamool Congress leader Shah Jahan Sheikh. Aditya L1, the ISRO's maiden solar mission, successfully entered its final maneuver to reach its destination and injected into its final orbit today. Launched on 2nd of September last year, the spacecraft has undergone 4 earthbound maneuvers and a trans-launch point 1 insertion maneuver. All of this has been successful. The mission aims to observe the sun's corona and understand its extreme heat from a halo orbit around the first Sun-Earth launch point, which is located roughly about 1.5 million kilometers from the Earth. Remember, this comes months after the successful feat of Chandrayaan-3, when ISRO managed to carry out a soft landing on the lunar surface. Let's take a look at this report, and then we also get you some exclusive reports on this major feat achieved by ISRO.
A historic year for India, as India celebrated the grand success of its maiden solar mission. ISRO confirmed the space rocket was successfully injected into its final orbit at 12:54 p.m. on Saturday. PM Modi lauded ISRO and lauded the extraordinary mission. The mission was launched on September 2nd last year from Sriharikota in Andhra Pradesh. After a flight duration of 63 minutes and 20 seconds, it was successfully injected into an elliptical orbit of 235 into 19,500 kilometers around the Earth. The spacecraft underwent a series of maneuvers thereafter and headed Sun-Earth Lagrange point 1L1 after having escaped from the Earth's sphere of influence.
See, today's event was only placing the Aditya L1 in the precise halo orbit. So it was moving towards a halo orbit, but we had to do a little bit of corrections to put it at the right place. So something like a 31 meter per second velocity has to be given cumulatively to the satellite to keep it at the right orientation. So basically it's a halo orbit. It's an orbit which moves around L1 point with a size of 6 lakh kilometer in one direction it is neutralizing the gravity field between Earth and the Sun. Of course, Moon is in between, so it creates some trouble for us to keep it there. So there are some perturbations. So it's a very complex journey to a point which we have never gone before. So we are very happy today. The penultimate result of that journey has been accomplished today.
Okay. How are the 7 instruments on board the Aditya L1 doing?
All of them were not tested to such extensive nature. They have been tested preliminarily to see everything works well. So that is available now. But then now we have to, after reaching there, it has to be done in a consistent, continuous manner, and it has to be characterized, cross-correlated, biases to be removed, measurements to be checked, and a lot of things have to be done. So the scientists will work on it to make sure that the data coming from it is very reliable, reliable to be used and distributed. So that process will continue for some time.
So lastly, course for the Gaganyaan as well. So how is it looking in 2024 and 2025 is the launch year?
2024 is going to be the preparatory year, though the 23 also was there. We just started with the TV-D1 mission. So that test vehicle continuity is to happen. 2 more missions have to happen next year. We also planning to put the unmanned missions also, at least one, and we want to do the second one also next year. So that much about Gaganyaan. We also have many hundreds of tests happening in various systems, subsystems, testing, realization, etc. We also have many other missions packed for next year, including ISR, SpaceX, commercial missions of PSLV, commercial missions of LVM3, then SSLV, third flight. Like that, I think our hands are full. RLV landing experiments in multiple times, yes.
So lastly, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has now went against just about Atmanirbharta as well. So what do you want to state? Because we believe that Aditya L1 was completely indigenous. Everything was made in India.
Yes, it is fully conceptualized. The whole mission, satellite, payloads, the way we operate, everything is conceptualized and did by Indians. I think it's something very proud moment for us to achieve such a success with our own homegrown knowledge and technology.
A word for your team, sir.
See, with me are the pillars behind the space program. See, we have Dr. Narayanan, he's the director of the LPSC who made all the propulsion system. Today, thrusters belongs to him. And Shankaran, he is the director of the satellite center. He did all the first part of it, planning the long journey, trajectory, mission, the satellite building, the payload, some of them came from them. We have Ramakrishnan, he is the director of this tracking center. He works with the ground stations, the whole of the algorithms and the interaction with the multiple user agencies. Padma Kumar is the person who built all the sensors from ISRO's inertial system unit. The critical gyros, the accelerometers, the sensors came from them. We have, where is our other director? Our project director is not here. Leo's director is there. He makes all the optical systems for that coronagraph, everything. Though it was done originally by IAA, many of the instrument systems inside is built by ISRO for them to do that. And similarly for other instruments like Suit and VSS did the PAPA payload and many others. No, PRL also did the X-ray instruments. So it's a collection of lot of people's contribution.
We wish you all the best, sir, as well as Team ISRO as well.
Well, that's the first big interview of ISRO Chairman Dr. S. Shobnath speaking first after that big historic feat that has been achieved by him as well as his team. Let me, till the time we once again play that interview, let me also quickly introduce our guest in the studio today. Shrijan, let me take the liberty of actually telling you that you are our in-house expert. Let me just tell you that. What we're going to do right now for all our viewers who are joining in right now, we've done that in the past and no one better than Shrijan to really explain what does this really mean. Beyond the fact that undoubtedly this is a landmark, a victory for a country like ours, comes just about few months after that, after Chandrayaan 3. As far as Aditya L1 is concerned, like always, our guest Shrijan has got the model, viewers. Nowhere else you would get a better understanding of what this essentially means. Shrijan, let's start. It's the final orbit that it has reached. Over the next 5 years, the observation continues. Why don't you help us understand the objectives? And if it meets those objectives, what does it essentially mean for space exploration?
Right. So today what has happened is that after a long journey of 15 lakh kilometers, we reached an imaginary point. It's called L1. Now that's significant because you don't have a surface to land. There's no place which you can say this is where you're going, or when you're going Mangalyaan, you know that there is Mangal, there is the Mars, you can see the planet. Without any reference, you are in deep space, you are in space where there's nothing else and you reach an imaginary point. This is L1. And we all know now that L1 is basically a point where the gravity of Earth and Sun counterbalance each other. So with minimal amount of fuel expense, you can keep orbiting this point. You don't really go in stationary, stable yourself at that point. It's not that point. You go around in an orbit And this is a very big orbit. It takes 177 days to complete one orbit around the L1 point. Now, L1 is between Sun and Earth, which means L1 is also moving.
Okay.
With the Earth moving around the Sun. So that's why in our system, we have to continuously stabilize our Aditya L1. For that, we have onboard fuel, we have motors, we have a thruster as well, which came into action today. It established, so till now we were going towards the Sun. Now what we've done is that we've started going around this point.
Okay. Can we, with
Yes.
the help of this, so this is a scaled down model of Aditya.
So Aditya L1 is actually 3 feet. Okay. This is a much scaled down model, 3 feet by 3 feet by 2 feet. But this is of course in a few inches. But what we'll do now is using this model, we'll do two things. One is we'll know what it is doing, and then we'll also go on why it is doing.
Right.
Right? So let's begin with the biggest component, which you can see here, this top portion, which you can see. It is called the VELC. Basically, it deals with the visible emissions. Now, where are they happening? In the corona. And the corona is the most important part of the Sun because it is the outer layer which you only see when there is a solar eclipse. But that corona is extremely hot, 15 lakh centigrade, compared to the rest of the Sun, which is about 4,000 or 5,000 degrees centigrade. So we don't know why corona, which is the outer layer, is far hotter than the inner layer, which sort of is counterintuitive. We want to analyze that. So it will study solar corona, and it will study also what we have talking since day, the corona mass ejections, which is the most dangerous thing the Sun does, where 1 billion tons of plasma and ions can be pumped towards the Earth, and if it hits the Earth, unfortunately, it can be catastrophic, especially in a society where we are, from airplanes to mobile phones, are all electronic. We're fried. So we need to study and establish a detection system. Fortunately, it will take 18 hours for CME, or corona mass ejection, to reach from Sun to Earth. Right. So if we can establish Aditya L1 as an early warning station, we will have an 18-hour time to react to it. The second component which you see is this green component. This is what the Chair Minister was talking about, soot. Right. This is the soot instrument. We all know when we have discussed about the UV radiations from Sun, we talk about sunscreens stopping your UVA and UVB radiations. Now, Earth has ozone, so we are more or less all ultraviolet radiations are sort of taken care of in the ozone layer. They absorb it. But if you go in the space, the space around Sun is filled with UV radiations coming from Sun, which are a major signature of what Sun is doing. The whole idea is to predict what Sun will do. So this suit will essentially analyze the UV radiations from the Sun. The other component, there are two tiny black dots you can see. I hope you can see this, otherwise I'll just point it out to you. There's one, and there is one. This one is more visible, right? What these two instruments do are essentially doing X-ray analysis of the Sun. The Sun is continuously ejecting a lot of X-ray, and through this X-ray, a lot of energy is coming out of the Sun, and that happens to any star. We are very protected, because if that X-ray came to us, we'll be all done, finished. But we have something called the magnetic core, which builds a magnetic field around the Earth, so the X-ray is just reflected back into the space. Doesn't happen when you are away from Earth. So we are going to analyze, that's why you need a space laboratory and not an Earth station. So you analyze X-rays from the Sun, which will give its energy signatures. This device is called PAPA, P-A-P-A, this white one. It doesn't mean it's the father of everything, but PAPA stands for Plasma Analyzer. So aspects, which will analyze aspects, and plasma and PAPA will be all here, and they will analyze the plasma of the Sun. The Sun is essentially so hot that ions, which are charged particles, squish together into plasma. And that plasma is also important because it may come towards the Earth. It determines the Sun's weather. So all that will analyze by PAPA. So we all know that Sun also ejects a lot of magnetic radiation. Solar flares are an example of it. Those magnetic radiations have to be studied, and this is the magnetometer. This will come out. So now it would have come out. The solar panels, these are solar panels. They would also come out. They will do some energy for the rest of the instruments. The instrument will operate using this energy, and this will come out and study the magnetic influence of the Sun. These are actually two composite devices. You can see one here, and you can see one tiny dot here. This one.
Okay,
right?
We'll just
and
try
this
and
one.
Probably just
yeah, if you can zoom it,
in
that'll be useful. Okay.
Let's try closing.
Right. So you can see this one and this one, right? What are they doing is that the Sun is full, I told you, filled with ions, positive and negative. These are analyzing the wind patterns of these ions, the solar winds of ions.
So tell me something, Shrijan, in terms of solar missions that have been done by various other countries. How is it different for India? Or would you say that in terms of the scope of the mission is way more than what we have seen in the past?
So first of all, this is a 7 labs in one. So this is a 7-in-1 lab.
Okay.
Nobody does that usually. So this is a very, Aditya L1 will now become the foremost Earthlings laboratory, the laboratory of humans towards the sun.
Right.
So of course there have been other missions like the Parker probe, which is going near the sun, which has an entirely different objective. It's going far nearer to the sun, but it wants to analyze what's inside the sun. But this, in terms of understanding the solar weather, this Aditya L1 is now going to be the best laboratory we have out there by any country, because this is a 7-in-1 lab. The data, the cameras, the analyzers are state-of-art, the best, because it is also the latest one. And the fact that it is able to analyze 7 parameters together is very crucial. Because sometimes, sun is unpredictable. We really don't know much about the sun. We don't know how a corona mass ejection, when it will happen, or when a solar flare happens, or why does the corona, the outer layer of the sun, suddenly increase in temperature. We don't know. And you are analyzing a huge body like the sun from a tiny little window, which is Aditya L1. If an event happens, and we are lucky that an event happens in 5 years, first of all, you have 5 years, which is unlike any other laboratory. So there's a chance that in those 5 years, we might be able to catch the data, and that data will be analyzed across 7 different labs together. I think that composite and longevity and the fact that we have many labs into one makes this very, very special, not just for India, but for humankind.
Okay. Shrijan, thank you very much. I'll just request you to stay on with us. What we'll also do right now is, once again, play that interview with Dr. S. Somnath. That's the first interview that he's given after that successful insertion that has actually taken place. Let's first listen in to what Dr. S. Somnath had to say, and then we'll also carry on with this conversation with Shrijan. Shrijan, I'm told that the interview is going to take a few more seconds, but before that, let me just also tell you, what has been the reaction if you see from the other countries, the way NASA has responded, the way we have seen the European Union essentially saying that today the kind of achievements that have been made by ISRO is almost like a classic lesson for several other space missions. What's your understanding of how has the trajectory been like?
No, it's fantastic. Even if you look at just Aditya L1's journey, it was not planned this way. When it started a decade and a half ago, it was just a test mission. Then it became a 3 crore worth mission where something would be put in the low Earth orbit just to observe the sun. It was like a very sort of a pilot mission. Let's try test waters. But then ISRO grew in confidence. It got funding from the government. It got support from the government. And now ISRO has got the confidence in the wings to make that 3-4 crore project into 400 crore project with 7 labs into one and send it not just to low Earth orbit, but far, far beyond 15 lakh kilometers at the L1 orbit. Now, I understand at L1 point, the people who are orbiting it right now are only NASA and ESA. In fact, ESA had something called SOHO, which was lost actually by a communication error. And we are going to a place which was once reserved by the space elites.
Elites. I think so we've crossed that, and what a way to do it. Perhaps in just about a year's time, ladies and gentlemen, we're looking at multiple missions which have been extremely successful, and what's coming ahead. That's a question that my colleague Prajwal did actually ask Dr. Somnath, and that's a very interesting aspect that they say that we're all ready for a few more missions, Gaganyaan being one such that all eyes would be on. Let's listen in to what Dr. S. Somnath had to tell my colleague just a short while back.
We have the chairman of ISRO, Dr. Somnath, as well. You ended 2023 with a moon dance, starting off this with a Surya Namaskar as well. So how has this journey been, which started on the 2nd of September for you?
So it is a long journey, long period of waiting. This is the longest distance, less than second longest distance that we travel. Mars was the biggest travel, which we did very well, you know that. Yeah. But it was to a body which has a gravity field. But we are now going to a field where there is no gravity. It is neutralizing the gravity field between Earth and the Sun. Of course, Moon is in between. So it creates some trouble for us to keep it there. So there are some perturbations. So it's a very complex journey to a point which we have never gone before. Okay. So we are very happy today. The penultimate result of that journey has been accomplished today.
Okay. How are the 7 instruments on board the Aditya L1 doing?
All of them were not tested to such extensive nature. They have been tested preliminarily to see everything works well. So that is available now. But then now we have to, after reaching there, it has to be done in a consistent, continuous manner, and it has to be characterized, cross-correlated, biases to be removed, measurements to be checked, and a lot of things have to be done. So the scientists will work on it to make sure that the data coming from it is very reliable, reliable to be used and distributed. So that process will continue for some time.
So lastly, course for the Gaganyaan as well. So how is it looking in 2024 and 2025 is the launch year?
2024 is going to be the preparatory year, though the 23 also was there. We just started with the TV-D1 mission. So that test vehicle continuity is to happen. 2 more missions have to happen next year. We also planning to put the unmanned missions also, at least one, and we want to do the second one also next year. So that much about Gaganyaan. We also have many hundreds of tests happening in various systems, subsystems, testing, realization, etc. We also have many other missions packed for next year, including ISR, SpaceX, commercial missions of PSLV, commercial missions of LVM3, then SSLV, third flight. Like that, I think our hands are full. RLV landing experiments in multiple times, yes.
So lastly, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has now went against stressed about Atmanirbharta as well. So what do you want to state? Because we believe that Aditya L1 was completely indigenous. Everything was made in India.
Yes, it is fully conceptualized. The whole mission, satellite, payloads, the way we operate, everything is conceptualized and did by Indians. I think it's something very proud moment for us to achieve such a success with our own homegrown knowledge and technology.
A word for your team, sir.
See, with me are the pillars behind the space program. See, we have Dr. Narayanan. He's the director of the LPSC who made all the propulsion system. Today, thrusters belongs to him. And Shankaran, he is the director of the satellite center. He did all the first part of it, planning the long journey, trajectory, mission, the satellite building, the payload, some of them came from them. We have Ramakrishnan, he is the director of this tracking center. He works with the ground stations, the whole of the algorithms and the interaction with the multiple user agencies. Padma Kumar is the person who built all the sensors from ISRO's inertial system unit. The critical gyros, the accelerometers, the sensors came from them. We have, where is our other director? Our project director is not here. And Leo's director is there. He makes all the optical systems for that coronagraph, everything. Though it was done originally by IAA, many of the instrument systems inside is built by ISRO for them to do that. And similarly for other instruments like Suit and VSSC did the PAPA payload and many others. No, PRL also did the X-ray instruments. So it's a collection of lot of people's contribution.
We wish you.
Well, as Dr. S. Somnath says, this is just the beginning. And many would say that we've been able to be a part of what was considered to be at some point in time just for the elites. It's been a long, long journey for the ISRO. Should we focus now to the other story that we're getting to tonight, a story that we've been tracking over the last 24 to 48 hours. It's a big lead coming in. The Divya Pahuja murder case. In an exclusive, Republic has spoken to her family members who have now made some scathing allegations. They say, or rather they allege, foul play in this entire matter. Remember, it's almost been 5 days. Her body is yet to be recovered by the police. We'll try and go across to my colleague Akhil in a short while from now. Let's also put out the details of that interview that has been done by my colleague Akhil, who spoke to the family members. We'll also try and play out that report that has been filed by Akhil a short while back. This was outside one of the main accused residents. In fact, let's just first play out the report that has been filed by my colleague Akhil, and then we'll play out the details of the interview that has been done by him.
Right now, we are just standing outside Divya Pahuja's residence. There you can see, I would like to request my Vijay to pan and show you the visual of Divya Pahuja's residence. So that gory incident, that murder took place on January 2nd. And then after that, the police have been probing this case right now. And what we know so far in this case, that the main accused has been arrested by the police, who has been identified as Abhijit Singh. Apart from Abhijit Singh, two other employees of Abhijit Singh's hotel have been in the police custody, who has been identified as Hemraj and Om Prakash. And if you see, two other persons in this case, Ravi and Balraj, are still at large, and the police team is still trying to nab both the accused. Both of them, Ravi and Balraj, are supposed to shift and dispose the body of Divya Pahuja from this place to another place. And what we know so far in this case, that Divya Divya Pahuja's body is still not recovered yet, but the BMW car which was used for transferring the body of Divya Pahuja from one place to another place was found in Punjab's Patiala, and right now the police is still investigating the case, and a 3-member team of SIT team has been formed in this case to nab the other 2 accused who basically shifted the body of Divya Pahuja from the very hotel where that incident took place to another place. With video journalist Surendra Akil for Republic TV.
Let me also go across to my colleague Akil, who spoke to Divya Pahuja's sister, and we'll put it out in details of what Divya Pahuja's sister essentially had to say, because there have been several allegations that have also been leveled against Divya Pahuja, and the family members say that there is a clear foul play which the police should be looking into. First to you, Akil, with regards to what is it that the family members had to say. They were fearful of coming on camera, so we are not even playing out the interview right now, but we're just going to take some of the details that are emerging from that conversation that you had with the family members. First, what is it that they had to say with regards to this, the murder and the investigation that has taken place so far?
Well, absolutely, Shravan. If you let me underscore this point, Republic was the only channel which reached over there at Divya Pahuja's residence over there. And when we spoke to Divya Pahuja's family members, her sister, her mother, her grandmother as well, and her grandfather as well, and her father as well. So we spoke to 5 members of Divya Pahuja's family, and they said that they smell a kind of foul play in this entire incident, because when Divya left the house that morning on June 2nd, she was pretty happy, pretty smiling face. Where she left the home around 10 a.m. and then she went on to meet Abhijit. And what Divya Pahuja's sister told us that she was very reluctant to speak to Abhijit, but Abhijit has been calling over and over again to her, and he has been saying this to her, that he's in depressed condition, he's in bad condition, and very soon he will be divorcing his wife, and that's why he wanted to talk to her. He wanted to spend time with her, but Divya was reluctant to speak. This is what Divya's sisters told us. But if you see another kind of argument that has gone in this case, that Abhijit, who is the prime accused, who is in the police custody right now, has said to the police that he basically used a gunshot to kill Divya Pahuja at the very hotel where that incident took place around 5 p.m. And this was Abhijit's version, that he shot dead Divya Pahuja at the very hotel itself. When Divya's sister tried to reach out to him, he didn't respond at that time. Then again, what has happened, that for the next two to 3 hours, Divya's sister waited over there, and then she tried to locate her. And then when the last time they spoke around 12 noon, then at that time Divya's sister shared her location at South X, and there Divya's sister went over there, and nobody was ready to speak to Divya's sister over there, and they said that we don't know the exact location where that house is. But finally they managed to, Divya's family managed to reach to the very location where Abhijit's residence is, and then they confronted Abhijit over there, and then they inquired about where Divya is, but they were reluctant to speak. And apart from Abhijit, there was one more important character which is still at large, and the Haryana police and the SIT team which has been formed in this case. 3-member SIT team is still investigating the case. That team is still trying to nab the Balraj, who is one of the main accused in this case, and he's a key conspirator, and he's a close aide of Abhijit, who basically fled from Delhi to Punjab to dispose the body of Divya Pahuja. And we still don't know that where the body of Divya Pahuja lies, because the police team is still trying to recover that body, and still the probe is going on, Shravan. Yes, Shravan.
Thank you very much, Akil, for getting us the latest and bringing us up to speed. An investigation which is still underway, but the bigger question that still remains, how long perhaps would it take for the police to recover the body of Divya Pahuja? That's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. On the other side, news and updates continue.
Bharat.tv.
Amity faculty have filed over 2100 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for innovation achievements.
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, भारत होगा गरीबी मुक्त। 5 सालों में 13 करोड़ 50 लाख लोगों को गरीबी से बाहर निकाला। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
3 से 4 व्हीलर में अपग्रेड तो करना है, पर इसमें से क्या खास बात है?
इसमें एक खासियत हो तो बताएं। टाटा इस गोल्ड पेट्रोल 6 में है दमदार इंजन जो दे बढ़िया पिकअप, बड़ी और स्ट्रॉन्ग लोड बॉडी और मेंटेनेंस एकदम कम। तो अब सोचो, समझो और टाटा इस गोल्ड पेट्रोल 6 लो।
Yet another historic feat for Team ISRO as Aditya L1 is successfully injected into the final orbit. Prime Minister Lord's Team ISRO says India has created yet another space landmark. Ahead of Ram Mandir inauguration, AIUD fearmongers with "don't travel by train" remark. Car Sevak Shrikant Pujari walks out of jail in Hubli, Karnataka, says he will visit Ayodhya for the Mandir inauguration. India allies at war. Over attack on the ED team, Congress demands president's rule in West Bengal. ED's relentless action continues. Lookout notice issued against Trinamool Congress leader Shah Jahan Sheikh. Getting in some breaking news now on the Mahadev app scam. The Mahadev app scam, the Enforcement Directorate has filed a supplementary charge sheet, and hearing now that the former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Singh Baghel has been named in the charge sheet as receiving substantial amounts of bribe. The scam itself valued at 508 crore rupees. How much of that money, and these were bribes that the Enforcement Directorate says, bribes from the Mahadev app promoters. Charge sheet related to allegations of receiving bribes amounting to approximately 508 crore rupees. And Bhupesh Singh Baghel, the former Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, has been named in the supplementary charge sheet. Now, as per the charge sheet, the Mahadev app promoters and also the accused Subham Soni made startling revelations during the investigation that include names of Bhupesh Baghel. And according to the ED, Asim Das in his statement disclosed that Soni, a prominent figure in the Mahadev online book, instructed him to deliver a substantial amount of cash to Bhupesh Baghel. So it's the first time that Bhupesh Baghel's name has directly been taken and named by the Enforcement Directorate in the charge sheet directly. Let me go across to Simran joining us on the phone line. Simran, hearing that the charge sheet talks about cash being delivered to Baghel physically, cash being delivered to Baghel, and a few messages that confirm that all of this cash, bribes amounting to over 500 crore rupees, a substantial amount of that was supposed to go to the former Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel.
Well, yes, absolutely. This entire development that has unfolded as of yesterday night, where the name significantly has appeared in the charge sheet, definitely strikes another controversy as far as the Mahadev betting app scam was concerned under the then ruled Congress government. In the rule of Bhupesh Baghel, that was the former Chhattisgarh CM. Now, as far as the charge sheet name appears, the ED counsel has told the court that the accused, Asim Das, stuck to his earlier statement in which he had leveled the allegation that he was sent to physically deliver cash to Bhupesh Baghel. Now, this is very significant to note that these statements that have now surfaced are only making the case even more stronger against the then Chhattisgarh CM Bhupesh Baghel. And now the Mahadev betting scam, which also became a very crucial election point, has raised several questions on the levels of corruption in which, under the rule of Bhupesh Baghel, the scams were going on, whether it was a PSE scam or Mahadev betting app scam. And now, after Asim Das statement had been recorded, a new statement has been added in the supplementary charge sheet. So these statements are definitely going to pose even more trouble for the former Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh. And in this, he had also very importantly said that the statement he had given on November 3 was given under the pressure of some influential person, now who had come along with a lawyer. So these are the allegations which are definitely going to be even posing more trouble for the Minister of Chhattisgarh, Bhupesh Baghel, as far as the Mahadev betting app scam is concerned, because now the case is even becoming stronger after such kind of revelations have made and stirred even a new twist in the controversy, which has posed a huge trouble for Bhupesh Baghel. Back to you.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs, Simran. Big lead in the Mahadev betting scam. Republic learning that the Enforcement Directorate has named former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Singh Baghel. Bhupesh Singh Baghel has been named in the Enforcement Directorate supplementary charge sheet, accused of getting kickbacks, cash from the Mahadev app promoters. The bribes, the ED estimated, were over 508 crore in cash. How much of that cash went to Bhupesh Baghel is the question, and the ED believes it has critical pieces of evidence to substantiate that claim. Let's move on now and get you a report from Haryana, where the BJP President JP Nadda was attending a roadshow. This is ahead of the 2024 elections. He was at a roadshow with the Haryana Chief Minister Khattar.
BJP has kick-started their campaign for the Lok Sabha election 2024, and National President JP Nadda has arrived in the Panchkula to hold a road show, and in fact massive number of people have been welcoming JP Nadda, Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar and BJP President of Haryana Nab Singh Saini. You can see the visuals that the Lok Sabha polls, and after this the aggressive campaign will be launched by the BJP, and in fact the duties and even the deployment for the campaign has also been done after this. So the BJP Lok Sabha campaign has been kick-started with this massive roadshow by National President JP Nadda in Panchkula for Haryana, just because soon after Lok Sabha, Haryana is going to witness the assembly polls, and Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar, Nab Singh Saini and National President of BJP, JP Nadda is all here participating in this roadshow with a grand welcome. With camera person Kishan Kumar, this is Amandeep Dixit for Republic Media Network, Panchkula.
Getting in some breaking news now. Trouble mounting for NCP Sharad Pawar faction leader. That is Sharad Pawar faction leader Jitendra Awad, controversial Jitendra Awad. A third FIR has been filed against him for his comment that Lord Ram was a meat eater, etc. A third FIR has now been filed. I have Satya Prakash on the phone line joining us with the details. Satya Prakash, tell us more.
देखिए, जितेंद्र अवार्ड खिलाफ ये तीसरा एफआईआर दर्ज हुआ है। ये घाटकोपर के चिराग नगर पुलिस स्टेशन में एफआईआर दर्ज हुआ है, जो कि राम कदम जो बीजेपी लीडर है, एमएलए है, उनके कंप्लेन पर चिराग नगर पुलिस स्टेशन ने एफआईआर दर्ज किया है। इसके पहले पुणे में एफआईआर दर्ज हो चुका है और एमआईडीसी जो कि अंधेरी में, वहां पे एफआईआर दर्ज हुआ है। तो महाराष्ट्र में अभी तक 3 एफआईआर दर्ज हुए हैं और कई कंप्लेन अभी भी दर्ज हुए हैं। लगातार मांग किया जा रहा है कि जितेंद्र अवार्ड को अरेस्ट किया जाए, क्योंकि जिस तरह से भगवान राम के खिलाफ उन्होंने टिप्पणी किया था, उसको लेकर जगह जगह प्रोटेस्ट हुआ है और कई जगह कंप्लेन हुआ है। लेकिन अभी एफआईआर दर्ज हुए हैं। लगातार बीजेपी की तरफ से दबाव बनाया जा रहा है कि जितेंद्र अवार्ड को जल्द से जल्द अरेस्ट किया जाए। जी
Right. Thank you, Satya Prakash, for those details. The third FIR has been registered against the controversial Jitendra Awad for that statement that he made in the last 2 days. He's been defending that statement as well. We'll take a short break now on the news, on Live and Breaking. And when we come back on the breaking news edition this evening, getting you details of India's big solar landmark. Prime Minister Lord's team ISRO says India has created yet another landmark with mission Aditya L1. The achievement at 4 p.m. this evening.
TV.
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आज़ादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आज़म सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
इस दुनिया में बस हम दो हैं, दुनिया जिनकी दीवानी है। आ रहे हैं हम दोनों।
The National Investigation Agency attacks the residence of Mushtaq Ahmed and accused in connection with the case of weapon recovery in Chanapura area of Srinagar district as it continues the crackdown on terror. In connection with an illegal mining case, Enforcement Directorate had conducted searches at the residence of former INLD MLA Dilbagh Singh in Yamunanagar, Haryana. Search operation at Singh's residence continues for the third consecutive day. Border security force troops stationed at the border detecting dropping sounds near the border fence in the vicinity of village Dauke in Amritsar. Following a search, BSF recovered packages suspected to contain heroin weighing over 3 kilograms. The Indian members, part of the crew on board the hijacked vessel MV Lily Norfolk, have been safely evacuated by the Navy. The Indian Navy shared a visual where the crew members thanked Prime Minister Modi for the safe evacuation. Haryana Minister, former captain of Indian hockey team Sandeep Singh appeared before Chandigarh court in connection with the alleged sexual harassment case. On the arrangements for the Ram Temple consecration ceremony, Uttar Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister K.B. Maurya said that during Samajwadi Party's rule, Ram devotees were lathi charged, but they will now be warmly welcomed in Ayodhya. As India awaits the mega event on the 22nd of January, BJP announcing plans to telecast the grand consecration ceremony of the Ayodhya Ram Temple live at booth levels across India. Ahead of the 75th Republic Day, NCC Republic Day Camp 2024 was held at Karyappa Parade Ground in Delhi Cantonment. The NCC Republic Day Camp for this year will witness its highest ever involvement of girl cadets, totaling 907 participants. The UAE Land Forces contingent comprising 45 personnel participated in the first edition of the ongoing India-UAE joint military exercise called Desert Cyclone. The exercise aims to enhance interoperability in subconventional operations, and 45 personnel participated in this edition. Car Sevak arrested in Karnataka, Shrikant Pujari has walked out of jail, says he will visit Ayodhya for the inauguration. India allies at war over attack on ED team. Congress demands president's rule in West Bengal.
Tata.tv
कुछ महीने पहले मेरे दोस्त की हेल्थ अचानक खराब हुई और कुछ दिनों में ही उसकी डेथ हो गई। उसने पॉलिसी बाजार से टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस लिया हुआ था। मैंने पॉलिसी बाजार को कांटेक्ट किया। उनकी टीम ने क्लेम दिलाने में उसकी पेरेंट्स की पूरी हेल्प की।
क्लेम के टाइम पे आपकी हेल्प के लिए हमेशा तैयार। पॉलिसी बाजार 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 470 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के माध्यम से किसानों की छोटी छोटी जरूरतों को पूरा कर रहे हैं। इन खर्चों के लिए अब उन्हें किसी दूसरे के सामने हाथ नहीं फैलाना पड़ता।
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री के विजन से प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि योजना लाई है उत्तर प्रदेश के करोड़ों अन्नदाताओं के चेहरे पर मुस्कान। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के नेतृत्व में 2 करोड़ 63 लाख किसानों को मिला है स्वाभिमान से जीने का अधिकार। किसानों के बैंक खातों में भेजे गए हैं 64,694 करोड़ रुपए। इस योजना के तहत सभी किसानों को प्रतिवर्ष उपलब्ध कराई जाती है 6,000 रुपए की आर्थिक सहायता। अब किसान भाइयों को कृषि कार्यों के लिए किस्मत के भरोसे नहीं रहना होगा। अन्नदाताओं का सम्मान, नए उत्तर प्रदेश की पहचान।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
इस पल को मुमकिन करने के लिए आदित्य ने पहले से ही शुरुआत कर दी थी।
ये पल सच हुआ। ये पल आंखें कभी नम कर जाता। ये पल
और म्यूचुअल फंड से शुरुआत करना जिम्मेदारी की निशानी है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
जहां यादगार होता है हर एक किस्सा, इको रिट्रीट ओडिशा।
Brace yourselves for a revolutionary leap into the world of news with the Republic World app. We are not merely presenting a news app. We at Republic TV are ushering in a new era of digital news consumption. The Republic World mobile app has the essence of power of breaking news and the heartbeat of our impactful shows seamlessly integrated into a singular dynamic platform for you. Join us, viewers, in an experience that goes beyond conventional news reporting. Don't merely witness the news, become a part of it. Download the Republic World app, now available on both the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
As the 2024 U.S. presidential elections officially kick off, U.S. President Joe Biden opens bold campaign in Pennsylvania, where he criticized former President Donald Trump and said that he could be a threat to American democracy.
Let's be clear about the 2020 election. Trump exhausted every legal avenue available to him to overturn the election. Every one. But the legal path just took Trump back to the truth. Trump is trying to steal history the same way he tried to steal the election. But we knew the truth because we saw it with our own eyes. This wasn't like something, a story being told. It was on television repeatedly. We saw it with our own eyes. Trump's mob wasn't a peaceful protest. It was a violent assault. They were insurrectionists, not patriots.
Hours after President Joe Biden described Donald Trump as a threat to democracy, Trump fired back, accusing Biden of abusing George Washington's legacy to attack him and his supporters.
Because Biden, I mean, if you take a look at what he's doing on the border, or inflation, or our military, that horrible day in Afghanistan, you look at what he's done with energy, all throughout the world, we're an embarrassment as a country. We've become an embarrassment as a country. The only reason Biden is at Valley Forge abusing George Washington's legacy, I mean, he's abusing Washington's legacy.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Brace yourselves for a revolutionary leap into the world of news with the Republic World app. This is not just an app, viewers. It's a direct conduit to a world of news delivered with unparalleled authority and integrity right at your fingertips. Republic World app is your gateway to the latest updates, live streams, and the debates that have become the hallmark of our journalistic prowess. Download Republic World app, available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
TV.
Amity faculty have filed over 2,100 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for innovation achievements.
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स जमीन से जुड़े।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
Just another tycoon. Hustling way too early in the morning. Passing on this happy tune. Helping babies feel at ease. Aw, all kinds of babies. No drive is just another drive when you're in a tycoon. Volkswagen.
Brace yourselves for a revolutionary leap into the world of news with the Republic World app. We are not merely presenting a news app. We at Republic TV are ushering in a new era of digital news consumption. The Republic World mobile app has the essence of power of breaking news and the heartbeat of our impactful shows seamlessly integrated into a singular dynamic platform for you. Join us, viewers, in an experience that goes beyond conventional news reporting. Don't merely witness the news, become a part of it. Download the Republic World app, now available on both the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
In just a few days, India is all set to celebrate the 75th Republic Day. The parade rehearsals are currently underway in full swing at Delhi's Kartavya Path. Republic Day parade will feature 2 all-women contingents. This contingent will include women Agniveer soldiers from the Navy and Air Force. This year's NCC Republic Day camp will see the largest participation of girl cadets, with a total of 907 girls. PM Modi has formally invited French President Emmanuel Macron to be the chief guest at the 75th Republic Day function. The Delhi police has been conducting mock drills as part of its security preparations for Republic Day. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Yet another historic feat for Team ISRO as Aditya L1 successfully is injected into the final orbit. The Prime Minister is lauding the Team ISRO and he says India has created yet another landmark. Ahead of the Ram Mandir inauguration, the AIUDF is fear-mongering with the "don't travel by train" remark. Car Sevak Shrikant Pujari walks out of jail, says he's going to be visiting Ayodhya for the consecration of the Ram Mandir. India alliance already at war over the attack on the ED team. The Congress again reiterating the demand for the president's rule in the state. And ED's relentless action continues. Lookout notice is issued against the TMC leader, Shah Jahan Sheikh. A very good evening. You're watching the biggest story tonight, and I'm Deepti Sachdeva, and we lead this edition of the news with a story that you might say is having a repeat. It's once more the TMC versus the Congress in Bengal. But you must wonder that what is new about this, because Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is a known baiter of Mamata Banerjee. So he does not miss any opportunity to attack Mamata Banerjee, and time and again you have seen both the alliance partners sparring. Now, why do we call them alliance partners? Is because forget what happens in Bengal, but the two of the parties are together working for the India alliance. Now, just about yesterday, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary had attacked Mamata Banerjee and said that there is no fear of the law in the state of Bengal. And again, he's reiterated the demand for the president's rule in the state.
जगजाहिर होते हैं कि बंगाल में कानून और व्यवस्था की हाल कितना बुरा होते जा रहे हैं। मैं तो ये कहना चाहते हैं कि अगर ईडी इतना इडियट कब से हुआ पता नहीं, उनको सारे फौजों को साथ में लेकर चलना चाहिए आज तो जख्म हुए, अगले तारीख खून भी हो सकते। तो इसके लिए सतर्कता बरतते हुए ईडी वालों को और ज़्यादा फौज को शामिल करते हुए किसी के खिलाफ दाबोज करना या किसी को हिरासत में लेना, कोई संपत्तियों को बरामद करना, जो भी कदम उठाए साथ में भारी भरकम सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस को लेना चाहिए। ये मैं जरूर कहना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि बंगाल में ये सारे आदी हैं। इतना हिम्मत कैसे जुटा पाते हैं? ये स्पष्ट है कि सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी की मदद पीछे से है। ये सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी पीछे से इनको शक्ति देते हैं, ताकत देती है। इसलिए ये बंगाल में काका बाबू, खोका बाबू, शाहजहां, नूरजहां की कभी कहीं कमी नहीं है। अगर बीजेपी पार्टी की हिम्मत है तो कुछ करके दिखाओ। मणिपुर में तुम कर नहीं पाए, बंगाल में कैसे करोगे? हम तो चाहते हैं कि प्रेसिडेंशियल रूल कम से कम डिस्टर्ब एरिया ये तो ऐलान करो, लेकिन हिम्मत नहीं है। बीजेपी पार्टी बड़ी बड़ी बात तो कहेंगे, लेकिन दम नहीं है उनके। हो सकता दीदी और मोदी जी के अंदर कोई गहरा रिश्ता है जिसके चलते ये नहीं हो पाएगा। हम तो मणिपुर में चाहते थे राहुल गांधी जी की अगुवाई में कि राष्ट्रीय शासन लागू हो। हम बंगाल में चाहते हैं कम से कम जिस इलाका में इस तरह की घटना घटी है वहां डिस्टर्ब एरिया एक्ट के तहत इसके खिलाफ और इस जगह के खिलाफ कड़ी से कड़ी कदम उठाना चाहिए। एक दो बार चुनाव में जीतना बड़ी बात नहीं है। मुफ्त में कोई जीत जाते हैं, लेकिन जब समय आते हैं कड़ी कदम उठाने की, हिम्मत दिखाने की, तब ये पीछे हट जाते हैं।
So just these reactions from Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary tell you why this is such a huge problem, not just for Mamata Banerjee, but also remember for the I&A alliance. And we do have Pratim Ranjan Bose, who's a political analyst. He leans towards the BJP on the show. Rohan and Professor Monojit Mandal, who lean towards the Congress and the Trinamool respectively, are also back on this conversation. And Monojit, we were struggling to listen to you very carefully yesterday, but I hope we'll have better luck today. Is there some kind of action, a condemnation that has come in from Mamata Banerjee, or she believes that silence is the best response? Don't react to what Adhir Ranjan says. Don't react to the violence. Don't react to the fact that the Enforcement Directorate team was attacked.
I think you did not hear me yesterday. One of the senior cabinet ministers by the name of Dr. Shashi Panja, she had categorically said that these kind of attacks are not desirable at all. Having said that, I do not have anything more to add to Mr. Aditya Chaudhary says, because he is known for his credentials, and because of Mr. Aditya Chaudhary, Congress today stands at 0. So it's for the Congress to decide on their policies. Aditya Chaudhary is definitely behaving like the spokesperson of the BJP, because both Mr. Shubhendu Adhikari and Mr. Aditya Chaudhary, they are speaking in the same line that they want presidential rule in Bengal. And this demand, I think, is not old. I think that this is quite old, rather. Even before 2021 elections, I think this kind of hue and cry was created, right? What we are very clear that unless and until you have proper FIR, search warrant against any person, why did you go there? And if you go to someone else who belongs to Trinamool Congress, why don't you go to Mr. Shubhendu Adhikari's house as well?
You will please have to deal with the elephant in the room. See, you can say I do not care about what Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary says. For a moment, I am not asking you that question, Monojit. I am asking you, have you normalized violence in the state of West Bengal?
Sorry?
Monojit, have you normalized violence in the state of West Bengal?
I tell you one thing. Once 50 people were killed 4 years back, more than 50 under your nose in Delhi, under Mr. Amit Shah's nose, Mr. Aditya Chaudhary was silent. He didn't ask for presidential rule, but 50 people were killed, right, in Delhi. When Manipur was burning, None of you talked about presidential rule out there. When 142 of your MPs were suspended and they were struggling in the brutal cold, none of you actually condemned. These are also normalization of violence and murder of democracy on the part of BJP and the pro-BJP people. I tell you one thing.
You know,
we are
Monojit,
very
it's rich
clear.
that you come on national television, you will speak about quote-unquote murder of democracy. Now, tell me one little thing. Tell me one little thing, Monojit. If images yesterday haven't put the TMC to shame, what's happened today is worse. Because we are given to understand, Rohan, that earlier today, a TMC leader has been arrested. And again, there was stone pelting reported. And we'll put out those images on our screens, Rohan. And Monojit says, we give a damn to what Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary says. He's a known baiter of Mamata Banerjee. So somewhere you people need to decide, no, whether it's democracy in Bengal that comes first, or you're, okay with the tag of normalization of violence in Bengal, Rohan. Why? Because you only want to defeat Modi in 2024.
Okay, I'm answering this. Just give me 2 minutes without interruption. So first and foremost, no sane individual, no sane person would ever, agree to the violence anywhere for that matter, be it Bengal, be it Manipur, be it Delhi, anywhere. From yesterday onwards, there's been no denial that the violence which happened against the ED should not have happened. What the Trinamool will say is that's their political point. I am nobody to comment on that. My point is, as you know, Mr. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is the CWC, is the leader of the party in parliament. He's the Pradesh Congress president as well. So he has a direct line to Mr. Kharge ji, Mr. Sonia Gandhi, Mr. Rahul Gandhi. So if he's speaking in these ways and everything, I have nothing further to add to that. Then the Congress might be rethinking its strategy in Bengal. And Dipti, if it's one thing that the Congress hasn't aligned with the Trinamool in Bengal since 2011, when the Trinamool itself walked out of the alliance. So for you to blame Congress for any kind of violence in Bengal, the Congress, be it Bengal, be it Delhi, be it Manipur, it always condemns violence of any form. So Congress and Trinamool is a national, it's a coalition.
Rohan, I am no one to blame anyone. You just heard Monojit. Monojit blames the Congress. He says Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary and Kunal Ghosh has actually used a word that I don't want to use on national television. He's actually said that the Congress is the B team of the BJP in Bengal.
Mr. Mondal, I'll tell you one more thing, Dipti. If you see when Mr. Narendra Modi used to go to Maharashtra, he used to pick up on Mr. Praful Patel, Mr. Ajit Pawar, and various ways, the words which I don't want to bring it up anymore. But today the BJP and the NCP Ajit Pawar faction are allies. It has happened in Mizoram as well, where Conrad Sangma wasn't an ally before the elections, and then they became an ally. Same thing happened with the JDU in Karnataka. The same parties which went after each other. So first and foremost, let's put it here. What happened in Shundeshkali? What are you showing in your visuals today? There is no way, not just the Congress, no individual, I think, will ever support any kind of violence against anybody. The Congress will not support that kind of violence. It's period over there. What Mr. Adhir Chaudhary is saying, he's saying in his position, I am not his, I can't comment on it further than saying that he must have the backing of the Congress High Command for him to speak for President's rule. Because when you're talking about President's rule in a state against opposition partner, that's something very big. And yes, as you said, it is a problem which the Congress party will have to address sooner or later. As you see, the Congress party is keeping its options open. It might go with the left in Bengal, then it goes against the Trinamool. But as you said, these are things which have to be condemned. I heard most of the Trinamool people saying that they condemn the violence.
See, it's interesting. Rohan, you are trying to poke the TMC. The TMC is provoking you. But still you people realize that this is an alliance of compulsions and you need to do business together. So this is again a problem of the India alliance, and it's not just happening between the Trinamool and the Congress, Rohan. It is happening between the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab and Delhi also. But for a moment, let me get him, Mr. Bose, into the conversation, Rohan and Monojit, then I'm going to come back to you. Mr. Bose, how do you see this going on? Is this shadow boxing? Because somewhere, if you look at how the situation in Bengal could crop up, if you have BJP versus the Trinamool, the left, the Congress, it's a different scenario. But if this vote gets split, the BJP will be at a loss. So do you believe that, this kind of an attitude problem, this war of words between the Congress and the Trinamool actually does help them in the long run?
To start with, I see you have put me pro BJP. I hope you shouldn't do that in future. I talked as a columnist, commentator. If I'm voting BJP for any cause, that's my choice.
Okay.
So second thing is,
They know what
so
it
far
is.
as Bengal is concerned, you don't need to be pro BJP, pro TMC or whatever. It has become like before Congress even killed the Thuggies who were controlling territories and killing people. So this Shah Jahan Sheikh, these are all that. Now back to the topic of whether president's role or not. In Bengal, if you had to put president's role, then you should have put it in the 2021 election when they were within two of the time. You could have put it after the Panchayat election when 40, 50, 60 people, God knows how many people have died. And then, and BJP has its problems with Manipur or whatever, and they are not imposing. Now, this is one issue. The other side is about whether there is a jolt or not between Congress, Trinamool, and India Alliance. It is basically Trinamool doesn't want to doesn't treat Congress as a party of Musharraf or Jamshedpur or Bharat, and they are not ready to even consider CPM for all reasons as someone eligible. So Trinamool has been throwing its weight. Now, I think if there is something, I think Congress is using this opportunity for kind of bargaining. They want some 6 seats, they are not given. CPM will also try.
Okay.
Ultimately, what will happen is something about bargaining and all this. I don't think there is much more. I don't think much more in there.
Okay. Mr. Bose, just allow me a minute, sir, because I just want to fix your audio line. It's a little disturbed. We'll just fix that line so we can hear you much better. But Monojit, forget about what you might do in 2024. What happens in the state of Bengal, where the chief minister doubles up as the home minister? You have political murders, there is political violence, the central agencies are put under attack, and then there are individuals from the TMC who say, ye hamare ilake mein aayenge to aisa hi hoga. There is provocation. You justify everything, Monojit. But do you think that the people of the country don't watch all this?
I tell you one thing. For the last 3 years, nearly 3 years, this such pro-BJP people have been crying hoarse about Bengal's law and order and the post-poll violence. I tell you, and I want to know from you and these pro-BJP people who rightly pointed out, who are investigating these cases under whose direction? Under the court's direction, CBI are investigating these cases. And I tell you, for the benefit of your viewers, there are some 30 CBI investigations in the last 3 years, and at least 4 to 5 NIA investigations. These agencies are run by the central government. Show me, forget about any kind of conviction, show me 10 charge sheets against 10 Trinamool leaders of this post-poll violence. What does it suggest? They are mere narratives flaunted by such pro-BJP people and many, many pro-BJP channels. I'm not saying that yours...
It's a narrative.
Your, I think, is an extremely...
No, Monojit, are you saying this entire violence, the images that we've been looking at are fake?
TMC.
All this is a narrative.
Name any single TMC leader in the last 3 years of their investigation? Show me 2, 3, 4 TMC leaders.
No, Monojit, please.
This is utter
Monojit, why don't you address the issue of violence in the state of Bengal? Are you telling me? No, that all this is normalized. You are pretty okay with this because this is the best way to win the votes. Now, what is the narrative of violence? There are images. There are images of the Enforcement Directorate officials who've been hit, of the windshield being broken. He's been recuperating in a local hospital. What narrative are you talking about?
Why aren't you questioning the CBI? What are they doing with the investigations in the last 3 years? Is it a legitimate question or not?
No, we'll question all sides, Monojit, but the first person that has to be questioned is the state.
People have been murdered.
The state has to be questioned, right, Monojit? You can't tell me that you rule the state of West Bengal when your home minister is not accountable, your state police is not accountable. You have these goons who are all armed and they attack the Enforcement Directorate team, Rohan. And Monojit is saying, don't ask us questions. Rohan.
CBI investigating just for the last 3 years. Why not this goes hiding? Or CBI is incompetent enough not to take them on the custody.
So you have the state police, Monajit. Has the state police done anything? The answer is no, Rohan.
Violence and the 30 CBI investigations
Can I just make a point? I mean, I don't speak over someone.
I am talking about the violence that was just reported yesterday, Monajit.
Somebody can rebut me. You know, there's a point, bigger point.
Rohan.
Which the media overrules, like, you know. Yeah. Let me just make my point, please. 1 second. Mr. You know, the whole, when the Trinamool speaks of Shubhendu Adhikari, speaks of people, like, you know, who today are in the BJP, and they talk about their days and the crimes which these people made during when they were in TMC. I would want to know what was the TMC government doing at the time when Shubhendu Adhikari was breaking law and order as a TMC minister. You know, the Delhi media never picks this up. You know, you rightly or wrongly, I don't know. When Mr. Shubhendu Adhikari moved, before that, the BJP, the number one enemy of the BJP was, after Mamata Banerjee, was Shubhendu Adhikari. Today, now they have taken Shubhendu Adhikari and all the charges against him have been dropped, and now he's playing the victim card against the TMC. So these are things, you know, which, because the Delhi media came into Bengal only during 2021. But there is a history of like if you see a Rajiv Banerjee who went into the BJP right before the 2021 election.
Know about this
I have to make my point.
The point is, Rohan, it's very easy to blame the media. Monajit can blame the media, you can blame the media.
The Congress party has been the victim of the violence. Rohan, you have to let me speak.
You are a very sensible individual. Now tell me something, that if you and I realize this, that the state of Bengal has this history of political violence, the complicity of the state government, the state administration cannot be ruled out, like you allege, then in that case, how can you be seeing eye to eye with Mamata Banerjee and be a part of the IND alliance?
Dipti, Bengal has seen a violence from 1977 when the left came to power. So today, after 2011, the allies changed. We were allies with the TMC in 2001. We were allies with TMC in 2011 when the left was defeated. So, you know, political equations change from time to time. But the problem is the history of violence. The reason why I brought up what Shubhendu Adhikari's name today, right now, because in 2011 to 2020, before he shifted to the BJP, he was de facto one of the top leaders of the Trinamool. So today, all the allegations which are made against him, these are the allegations against him which were there since 2011. So both the BJP and the TMC should be answerable if they're going to bring up things of the past. You know, you're talking about Arjun Singh, you're talking about people like Rajiv Banerjee. So as soon as these people change sides, the other side starts defending them. That is the problem with Bengal politics. So the Congress can keep its head up and say that we never supported violence.
Rohan, are you saying it's not just the BJP's washing machine? Even the Trinamool has a washing machine. No, they get oblivious. They get oblivious to these issues once you have these netas in their own stable. They have a problem the moment these netas move out, Monajit. And again, this is not the media saying anything to you. This is the Congress. This is the Congress again showing you the mirror. But let me get in Mr. Bose, Monajit, before you reflect on this. Mr. Bose, according to you, you know, in a state of West Bengal, where the last time around the BJP got 18 seats, many said that's a huge feat. Do you believe that in the current situation, that is a tally that the BJP will be able to hold? Because the BJP otherwise is really aggressive. They've done a lot of that last mile connectivity, even in the state of Bengal.
From the perspective of election results, yes. I think they will do fairly well.
The state they were a couple of months or a year ago. It is, there are why they will be doing so is a different factor. I believe the factor is working both for the opposition, I'm talking about the BJP, as well as TMC. For a number of reasons, there will be a consolidation in favor of section. Let's put it a little more bluntly, Muslim vote consolidation in favor of TMC, and the other side consolidation in favor of BJP. It doesn't mean that there are alternatives to each other.
Okay. I'll give the last word to Monajit. Monajit, should Mamata Banerjee at least apologize? Why? Should she at least tell us why she failed to control this violence by the armed mob against the central agencies, or you believe that this will continue to happen? Last 10 seconds.
Why are you running after Mamata Banerjee? Why do you hate her so much? Because she is a single woman chief minister in this country who rose to prominence on her own.
No, don't play the victim card, Monajit. Don't play the victim card. Does not work. Does not work.
For Mamata Banerjee.
No. She is the state chief minister. She doubles up as the home minister. If she is not open to questions, she might as well resign.
The country was burning. Nobody apologized. Did Mr. Modi apologize to the people of Manipur for what he did? Did Mr. Modi apologize to the people of Delhi?
But Mamata Banerjee is different, right? You have another standard.
Burned down in front
the
of
BJP, you can counter the BJP if Mamata Banerjee does not follow what the BJP does. No, Monojit. If you are behaving much like the BJP as you're alleging, then there is no difference between the two of you.
That Mr. Modi had to inaugurate.
Forget Gujarat, forget Manipur. If you cannot answer West Bengal, you should admit your failure. Why don't you talk about Bengal?
There is no failure. Bengal, I think, is one of the vibrant and most stable states in the country. And that's why to take out any data, any survey by the central government, Bengal is running top. Whether it's ease of doing
I don't
business,
need any data. I don't need any data, Monaji. These images are enough to put us to shame.
Your Bengali channel.
No. The images are enough to put anyone to shame. A central agency official is beaten there. Okay, Mr. Bose wants to intervene. Sir, just 10 seconds. Mr. Bose, 10 seconds, sir.
Bengal is today what Madhya Pradesh was before Colonel Suleiman killed the Soki. Okay, and insofar as this, what happened in Gujarat, what happened there is not going to solve any problem.
I condemn this. If your guards condemn what has happened in Gujarat, condemn it. If you are not a BJP, condemn it. Condemn what happened in Gujarat and Manipur. Shame on you.
See, this is what about Monojit. Classic case of what about
If you are not a BJP, condemn it.
Okay. Okay, classic case of what about Monojit. You deflect, talk about everything else but West Bengal. Rohan. Yeah, it's only fair I give you the 5 seconds, but then we'll close the conversation. Rohan.
No, you just said...
Finish your point, Rohan.
BJP and the Trinamool are trying...
When people are getting killed, innocent people are getting killed for no reason. We can't talk about that.
Violence, competitive...
you must look in your own backyard, no? Look in the mirror.
There's no place for violence in democracy. So if you're going to go with violence, then the Congress is going to condemn any form of violence anywhere in this country, be it Manipur, be it Delhi, be it Bengal. And that's what the Congress's stand is, and that is what the Congress's stand is going to remain.
All right, and the Congress also says we want president's rule in Bengal. Thank you to all of you gentlemen, heading into a break. And we head into a break. On the other side, back with lots more.
TV.
सर आप बहुत लकी है कि आपके बेटे ने हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस और बाकी सारी फॉर्मेलिटीज टाइम से पूरी कर दी है। अब आप घर जा सकते हैं।
मेरा बेटा?
तो फिर आप?
पॉलिसी बाजार।
क्लेम के टाइम पे हमेशा आपकी हेल्प को तैयार। पॉलिसी बाजार 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 390 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
There's a way to open up a world of opportunities with the most reputed companies of the world. The way 98% of our students secured placement last year, with top rankings and coveted accreditation to show for them. The MBA programs at the Amrita School of Business. Admissions have opened. Apply now.
फिल्म अनुकूल नीति, सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम, ऑनलाइन शूटिंग की अनुमति और सब्सिडी की सुविधा ने उत्तर प्रदेश को बनाया है देश का मोस्ट फिल्म फ्रेंडली स्टेट। 80 फिल्मों को सब्सिडी के तौर पर दिए गए हैं 44 करोड़ रुपए। विभिन्न स्थानों पर 450 से अधिक फिल्मों की हुई है शूटिंग। स्थानीय कलाकारों को मिला है अपना हुनर दिखाने का अवसर। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी मानते हैं कि सकारात्मक फिल्में समाज को जागरूक बनाने का आधार हैं। इसी के अनुरूप माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी की पहल पर विश्व स्तरीय सुविधाओं से लैस इंटरनेशनल फिल्म सिटी की स्थापना की जा रही है। फिल्म स्टूडियो, होटल्स, मॉल्स, थीम पार्क, मिक्सिंग और रिकॉर्डिंग स्टूडियो जैसी सुविधाएं फिल्म उद्योग के माध्यम से आकर्षित करेंगी पूंजी निवेश। मोस्ट फिल्म फ्रेंडली स्टेट, नए भारत का नया उत्तर प्रदेश।
केंट से पानी होता है 100% प्योर।
केंट आरओ प्योरिटी दिखाता भी है।
केंट देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी।
Fourth Dimension Media brings to you the most awaited event of the year, South India Content Summit 2024 on January 9th at the Lalit Ashok, Bangalore from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Witness the industry's biggest captains, entrepreneurs and broadcasters speak about the South story. Title sponsor Fourth Dimension Media Solutions, powered by the Hindu and Trend Loud Digital. Agency partner Omnicom Media Group. Innovative content partner Radio City.
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर,
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, हर घर पहुंचेगा नल से जल। अब तक 13.5 करोड़ से अधिक नल कनेक्शन। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
सब जांचा है, परखा है, समझा है, इसलिए मेरे समझदारी का नाम इंट्रा है।
टाटा की नई इंट्रा V20 पिकअप है इंडिया की पहली बाय फ्यूल पिकअप, जो दे आपको बढ़िया ड्राइवेबिलिटी, सुपीरियर ड्राइविंग कंफर्ट, ज्यादा लोडेबिलिटी, सबसे ज्यादा माइलेज, जो दे सबसे ज्यादा रेंज। टाटा इंट्रा V20 पिकअप, सब कुछ उठाए, हर दिन जिताए।
Republic Bangla, in fact, has been leading the coverage on the story. Yesterday, we told you about the secret letter that was written by arrested Bengal Minister Jyotipriya Malik to his daughter, and how Trinamool Congress leader Shah Jahan Sheikh's name was mentioned in the letter. Today, Republic Newsbreak on the secret letter was also mentioned in the court by the central agency. Let me just quickly take you through some of the details. Let's also put this out that we've accessed the court order, which is a 3-page court order, 23 points that have been mentioned in this order. But quickly to take you through, after Shankar Adhya, who was arrested late night by the Enforcement Directorate, this is what the Enforcement Directorate has essentially mentioned about the secret letter that we told you last evening. On 16th of December, one CRPF personnel intercepted a secret undeclared letter which was being given by Jyotipriya Malik to his daughter Priyadarshini Malik, which has been handed over to the Directorate by the CRPF personnel for verifying the contents and the authenticity of the letter. Statement of Jyotipriya Malik was recorded on the 19th of December, wherein he acknowledged he had written a letter, a note which is in mixed language, both Bangla and English. The contents of the letter, the nature of the language used would be evident from the letter. In fact, they say that in this letter, there's an admission of association which reveals during investigation that the proceeds of crime that was received in cash by Jyotipriya Malik is being transferred, parked or laundered with Mr. Adhya. Now, that's the details now coming in from the court order that has been accessed by Republic TV. Let me also quickly go across to my colleague and a Republic Bangla reporter. We'll try and connect with him in a short while from now. In fact, we'll get you more details of this court order, in which the court makes a point with regards to the evidence that has been gathered by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, they also make a mention of the fact that during the investigation, approximately 20,000 crore rupees were deposited in the bank account for various FFMC companies on account of sale of foreign currencies without proper documentation, like copies of passports and tickets of travelers. Out of the above amount, 9,000 to 10,000 crore rupees were belonging to Jyotipriya Malik, which was converted to foreign currencies. Around 2,000 crore rupees was transferred through illegal means, like through carriers to Dubai, either directly or through Bangladesh. That's a massive news break coming in. Let's just put this out. We'll try and see if we can go across to a reporter in a short while from now. But that's the big breaking news now coming in with regards to the secret letter that was accessed by Republic TV. Today it finds a mention in the court. Aditya L1, the Indian Space Research Organization's maiden solar mission, successfully entered its final maneuver to reach its destination and injected into its final orbit today. Aditya L1 is the country's first solar observatory. ISRO's Chairman S. Somnath called it an extraordinary feat for India and said that many other missions will be launched this year. Somnath said that they are planning the long journey and this is just a beginning. ISRO also released the first images of the Aditya L1 mission that is aimed at studying the sun. The space agency proudly shared the inaugural photo of the sun mission, which then quickly went viral. The image was accompanied by a caption, "India, I did it." Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulated the scientists of ISRO and said that India created yet another landmark and said it is a testament to the relentless dedication of the scientists in realizing among the most complex and intricate space missions. Condemning the attack on the Enforcement Directorate, BJP spokesperson Shahjahan Punawala said that when we speak of dictators across the world, we think of Uganda's Idi Amin. But nowadays, when we speak of dictators, we speak of Didi. He then said that if the officials of the Enforcement Directorate and CRPF are not safe and are attacked by a mob because they were exposing corruption, it shows how corruption and political violence have been institutionalized in West Bengal after Trinamool Congress came to power. BJP leader Ravi Shankar Prasad said that Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee should give an answer. He then highlighted Prime Minister's statement that action would be taken against those who are corrupt. He questioned Mamata by asking why were the Enforcement Directorate officials beaten when they were doing their job.
इसका जवाब ममता जी को देना चाहिए और तथाकथित इंडिया गठबंधन के लोगों को देना चाहिए। मोदी जी ने साफ कहा है कि भ्रष्टाचार लोगों के खिलाफ कार्रवाई होगी। तो अगर कार्रवाई होती है तो क्या उन लोगों को मारा जाएगा, पीटा जाएगा? और याद करिए कौन है, सैकड़ों करोड़ के गरीबों के राशन घोटाले का मामला है। वहां पर ईडी के लोग जाते हैं, जो इंक्वायरी चल रही है, कई मामले हाईकोर्ट के निर्देश में चल रहे हैं, वहां पर ईडी के लोगों पर हमला होता है। और यही लोग हैं जो मोदी के खिलाफ कहते हैं संविधान का अपमान कर रहे हैं, संविधान का खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं। कौन कर रहा है संविधान का खिलवाड़? ये नहीं चाहते हैं कि जांच हो, तो जांच होगी तो और घपले पकड़े जाएंगे।
In a recent statement, West Bengal Congress President Aditya Chaudhary voiced strong opinions on the state's political landscape. Chaudhary challenged the BJP's capacity to bring changes in Bengal, pointing to their track record in Manipur. He asserted a desire for presidential rule, especially in disturbed areas, casting doubts on the BJP's commitment and courage to act. An order has been issued for police personnel deployed in Ayodhya on 22nd of January. According to the directive, police personnel engaged in the inauguration activities in Ayodhya will not be allowed to use smartphones. The decision was made to ensure that the police personnel remain focused on their duties. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has announced that the state government will construct a state guest house near the Grand Temple of Lord Ram in Ayodhya. Notably, the initiative comes after the Uttar Pradesh government, owing to the special efforts of Chief Minister Dhami, allotted land for the project in Ayodhya. In light of One Nation, One Election initiative, the high-level committee headed by President Ramnath Kovind is now open to public suggestions. The committee aims to gather input for making changes in the existing legal administrative framework while enabling simultaneous elections across the country. Suggestions can be posted on the committee's website or sent via email. The deadline for submitting the suggestions is 15th of January 2024. Protest held against NCP leader Jitendra Awad's comment of Lord Ram. Dogra Front staging protest against Jitendra Awad in Jammu. Posters of the India Alliance leaders as Ravan was burnt. The Karnataka cabinet gave its nod to Kannada language comprehensive development ordinance. With this, commercial establishment, industries, hospitals and institutions and organizations will have to 60% Kannada on their signboards and nameplates. VHP leaders reach Hubballi sub-jail to welcome Shrikant Pujari, who was granted bail by the court in Hubballi. Mallikarjun Kharge targeted Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Lakshadweep visit and said that tension persists in Manipur, and yet the Prime Minister is busy with photo session in Lakshadweep. Varanasi court to decide on 24th of January whether to provide ASI report on Gyanvapi Mosque to parties in the case. Another FIR was registered against NCP legislator Jitendra Awad in Mumbai's Ghatkopar police station under section 295A of the IPC for his statement that Lord Ram was a non-vegetarian. This complaint was filed by BJP MLA Ram Kadam. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah held a meeting with senior police officers of the state regarding the law and order situation in the state. 29 people were injured in a Jallikattu competition that was held in Tamil Nadu. The injured have been taken to Thanjavur Medical College Hospital. NCP leader Jitendra Awad's remark on Lord Ram have triggered sharp reactions from political parties, NGOs and BJP Women Wing. In a recent development, the Dogra Front in Kashmir staged a protest over his comments. Well, to participate as a partner country, Singapore would be present at the vibrant Gujarat Global Summit in Gandhinagar from 9th to 12th of January. Singapore and its companies will strengthen the economic cooperation with the state of Gujarat. This will be done through expanded investments into Gujarat's green economy and sustainability sector. ED summons Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren's political advisor Abhishek Prasad in the alleged illegal mining case. Prasad will join the investigation on 16th of January. ED has also summoned the Deputy Commissioner of Sahibganj on 11th of January and one Vinod Singh on 15th of January. After his name appeared in the charge sheet of Mahadev betting app case, former Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel called ED's supplementary charge sheet a political conspiracy. Truck drivers called off their agitation against the new hit-and-run law in Orissa after a fruitful meeting with the Transport Commissioner. Transport Commissioner Amitabh Thakur said that in the next few hours, everything will be back to normal on the roads of Orissa. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath visited the exhibition stalls set up for the Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra program in Surajkund. He will inaugurate and lay the foundation stone of 29 development projects and will also perform the Bhumi Pujan of Kalyan Manda. Delhi court has allowed jail Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh to physically visit to file his nomination forms for the upcoming Rajya Sabha election. Sanjay Singh is presently lodged in Tihar jail in connection with a money laundering case linked to the Delhi excise policy. In another major step towards demolishing the terrorist gangster drug smuggler nexus in the country, the National Investigation Agency attached 4 properties owned by members of dreaded gangster Lawrence Bishnoi's organized terror crime syndicate. Addressing the Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra in Thiruvananthapuram, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Shankar hailed Modi ki guarantee and said that this guarantee means good governance and people-centric policies. Protest by fishermen demanding closure of Coromandel International Limited following a gas leak has entered 11th day in Chennai. On the 23rd of December, 6,700 families in Innore's specified wards affected by an oil spill received a compensation of 7,500 rupees in addition to 6,000 rupees from Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. However, residents from Ward 4 and Ward 6 impacted by a spill claim that they were excluded from the compensation, citing oversight in the assessment by the revenue officials. Following the email threat received at the science centres in Bengaluru and Kolkata, sudden inspection at the science centre in Tirunelveli was conducted by bomb experts. The district science centre has now been brought under severe security. This 18-year-old prodigy is poised for greatness, and the Adani Group is now stepping up to fuel his journey to global glory. The Adani Group, through its Karvai initiative, recognizes and empowers rising stars like Pragananda. They back not just his chess skills, but his ambition to bring laurels home. With Adani by his side, Pragananda can now focus on his ultimate goal, becoming world champion. The leader of the Lebanese militia, Hezbollah, urged his group to retaliate after a presumed Israeli strike hit a Beirut neighborhood, which also killed a senior Hamas official. He said that if they didn't do it, Lebanon will become vulnerable to Israeli attacks. 15 of the 34 detained on suspicion of spying for Israel will be held in prison in Turkey. 26 suspects were referred to the court on a charge of committing political or military espionage on behalf of Israeli intelligence. Israel's foreign intelligence agency Mossad is said to have recruited Palestinians and Syrian nationals inside Turkey as part of the operation against foreigners living in Turkey. IDF has shared the footage of Israeli strikes in southern Lebanon. The Israeli military said that about 40 rockets were fired towards the area of Meron, but did not mention any base. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken met his Turkish counterpart in Istanbul. The meeting comes as Blinken traveled to the Middle East on a tour that was expected to focus largely on easing resurgent fears that the Israel-Hamas war could erupt into a broader conflict. In Gaza, the war rages on as Israel continues its military operations. The Gaza skyline is filled with black smoke and the unsettling sounds of explosions. Shockingly, over 22,000 people in Gaza have lost their lives since the war began. The city of Kiryat Shimona near the Lebanon border resembles a ghost town as rockets launched by Hezbollah and the Lebanon branch of Hamas have left the city completely shattered. Many buildings and cars have been damaged, shops have been closed, and streets are also empty. 8 trucks carrying essential aid and supplies entered Gaza through the Rafah crossing. This is through Egypt this morning. This comes in the wake of a recent statement from the United Nations humanitarian chief who described Gaza as uninhabitable 3 months after the horrific attacks by Hamas against Israel. The move shall provide the much-needed support to the region. This morning, smoke trails filled the sky as cars carrying bodies arrived at Deir al-Balah hospital. Crowds gathered outside the hospital where many seek shelter amidst the ongoing bombings in the region. The Gaza Strip continues to witness heavy fighting, forcing Palestinians to flee and seek refuge in small areas. The World Health Organization and the UN Population Fund delivered medical supplies to the southern Gaza city of Khan Yunis. WHO Emergency Medical Team Coordinator Sean Casey said the delivery from Rafah was the first in 10 days. This comes after Casey said hospitals